spectacular journey, the journey called the SAP Intelligence Event, or I don't know how you call it, the short one, the TAIEFY. I tried it, but it didn't work. So good morning. We have a lot of different people around the world because it's even streaming today. So take care of your hair because you're on the screen as well. Everybody can see you. Good morning, Freunde. Bonjour, les tous. Let's make it a wonderful day today. Not only today, but also tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. With a great appreciation to all our sponsors, to Booking, who will host this and who will support us on many levels. This is only possible if a lot of companies will help us to do this. What can you expect today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Well, let's start. It will be 3 unforgettable days. When we call for an evaluation, I will tell you what should be on there. 3 unforgettable days. 4 inspiring keynotes, 1 plenary panel discussion, 22 parallel sessions, not only in this side, but also in the room beside here. 35 speakers, all about SAP, WAS, AWS, I'm sorry, Microsoft, AI, development, and maybe how the development expertise will disappear. Well, let's see after a couple of days. Somebody's nodding no already, so that's exciting, that's exciting. This is the program, but you will see it on the side panels on the screen, on the side panels outside the rooms. Well, you have seen it on the internet, so you will be able to find the proper presentation you're interested in. But we have a lot of them, and well, let's just join them for some particular reason to see how our job as a developer will evolve. What is going to change tomorrow? What's going to change within 2 years? What's going to disappear in 5 years? And what will stay? Because that's the particular question. With my colleagues, I had a discussion, let's say 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago maybe. Then the first things on AI came on. And it generated some code. And they laughed at it. Because they told me, this is not code, I can do it much better. But I said, just wait a couple of years. And now here we are, looking at the code that's generated, that's properly generated. Last week, I was in Waldorf, and I was able, I'm not a Node.js developer, but I was able to make an incident management application using AI. And I didn't have to code 1 statement. Oh, think about that. And I'm not even the best developer there is. We have 2 tracks. This is the main area. I will be in here every time. So if you see me, you're in the track A room. And host Twan van den Broek from SAP, he will host the track B. The track A will be in this room, and track B is in the room beside here. You go outside, go in the other alley, and there you find the room where you can go to this particular track. So every day we have a particular sponsor. Today and tomorrow we have Booking as sponsor for the drinks and the bites. So your breakfast and your drinks and your coffee, your lunch and so on will be done by Booking. And the lunch is done by AWS. And this evening, we have even a special program where you can go, where you can go and have dinner with us on the water. So, if you have these VIP tickets, you got an envelope. In there's a VIP ticket. If you do, so you know the color will. This evening we will show you the color will stay. This is the one boat, this is the other boat. This is the Aswell boat and this is the Conduct boat. Because they sponsored this program. It's about with dinner, so you don't have to bring anything yourself. If you don't have one of these one of these wristbands, and you want to come this evening, maybe there are some left. Then you can see them, then you can go to the booth, and then you can get one of those envelopes with these wristbands in it, and you can join us eating on the water this evening. On Wednesday we have the Code Jam, and on the Code Jam we have two particular topics. That's Joule Studio and Generative AI Hub. On the morning we have both of them, and in the afternoon we also have both of them. So you will be able to, they're already fully booked. So for the one that obtained a ticket, that's really good. And as I mentioned, take care of your hair because it's a live stream. Let's see what I can do now. One of the things I like to mention again, this particular event is possible just because of all the sponsors we have. You can find them here beneath. Can I get the hands together? Can I get a really applause for all these sponsors who make this possible? Well, thank you very much, and I want to have another round of applause, and he will do the keynote, then you can applaud again. But here's Robert, he's the one who organized it all. We also have SAP around with the HANA Cafe. You can see Twan and Jan. Well, only Twan will be here, I think. They will both be here, so if you see Twan and Jan, then you can be part of the interviews for the HANA Cafe. So let's start. Let's make it a marvelous event. Enjoy and have a great day today. And we see each other this evening. Thank you very much.
So now we will look if we get some words from Laila. Normally she wants to be here, but she has broke her ankle. So let's look if we can have there.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes. Good morning.
Yes. Very good morning for everyone. Yes, I would be very glad to be here, to be there physically, but I can't right now. I have an ice bag on my left ankle. It's classic to live in the Netherlands, right? To have a bike accident. At least now I think I become a citizen, very likely after years. But thank you, I think, for still, having the chance of spending some minutes here and really get inspired. I think that's the whole thing and if you allow me just, few minutes here to try to actually get a little bit of that, the excitement, I think, to stand along so many leaders and practitioners and everybody that we will be, discussing about, how to discover, let's say, from the AI in practice. I think that if we look at the moment where we are and the way that we are trying to redefine, way of thinking, deciding, and really operating, I think that's quite relevant for everybody's reality, right? So it's not only about, I think that we keep hearing about that, it's not only about AI being a technology shift, but it's actually a mindset, a thinking shift, and that where I think alone with data or process alone itself doesn't make a difference. Intelligence makes, right? Intelligence does make a difference in that way. And then just knowing that we are pausing our very busy schedule to have a moment like this, to simply see and check how AI can help us, allow us to understand why things happen, and ultimately helping us in predicting, let's say, in shaping how things can happen next. I think that's really trying to anticipate how the future can look like. And I think with all the kind of inspiration that we can get from conversations of the experts, the leaders, the partners, and how we can translate that into reality is really what makes I think this event quite exciting. I was quite honored, I think, to still to have a little bit of of room here to speak to people who can shape and who can innovate that part, right? Either in the operational level, in the compliance, security, governance. There's so many different layers, I think, that we can build a trusted intelligence embedded into what we do. So pretty much make sure that, throughout these days, you are gonna understand and question really more how AI can respect, operates, augment, and do more that we can get out of it. I think it's about how to amplify what we do, how to scale this to a level that the expertise will be really put in practice. And I think finally, I keep saying that intelligence is a kind of combination, is a equation of human plus machine. So then make sure that throughout, I think, this journey, you can get the best of it from the experience of others, from foundations that others have created, and especially to create the capability of the network of the human knowledge around you. So just enjoy, I think, these days. Make sure that you're getting the best part of it, and let's start having the conversation. So be curious, just go for it, and let's discover what the AI can do together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Laia, for those nice words. Yeah. Okay. And we will make a nice, great day today and tomorrow and the day after. Yeah. Thank you very much for those nice words, welcome words. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay. So, and then I have to do a keynote. And then I prepared this event, and then I saw that great speakers. So I was thinking, what should I do in my keynote? Because we already get a lot of information from all those experts, which will bring you the information. So I was a little bit thinking, what should I do? And I say, okay, I will not tell directly about the technology. I just tell something, how I came to my road to the AI stuff. Because those experts will tell you those 2 days, and you will do it yourself on the 3rd day. You can learn, you can discover, and you can try it yourself. So I was thinking, okay, where should I start? So my name is Robert Eibe. I'm in the SAP space already since 1996. And my key focus is on integration, on extensibility, and on user experience, and also on AI a little bit. But there are more experts here in the room than I am. So if I look at where I came from, then we had the industry revolution in the past. So we get electricity, and that was changing the world. And I was thinking about that was a big change for the people then. And I think at this moment there's something happening again, only not about automating our hands and feet. So if I look at that one, when I was young, this was what my father used to do the calculations. And I was 4 years old, and always was surprising. He was in engineering, and he did difficult calculations, and he used this one. So I was really surprised by this thing. How should that happen? What should they doing with that? So I was happy to go to school and to find out what was this tool. But when I went to school, I get this one. So this was my first calculator, where I have to do my stuff with it. And it was a small step, but if you look at it, I could do things my father could not do before with his ruler. And he was looking at me, what are you doing? The other way around. And then I go to the middle school and the high school. So on the middle school, I get this one, a paper where I have to put with a pencil. I have to a kind of key card, and they have to send it to another village to do the calculation. And then 3 weeks after, I get it back, and I did it well or I didn't it well. So that was, but that was on my middle school. And then when I was on the middle school, I was not that much on the school because I was going to a shop where I tried to do some nice things just about colors. And that was the middle thing, the ZX81. And yeah, I did nice things to that one. And then I went on a birthday of an uncle of me, and he has a computer. The first VIC-20. He paid a lot of money for that one. And it was that surprising that you can do some games. He did it for calculation, and I was surprised. So I want to have that one also. So I gonna work, collect some money, and then that was my first own computer, the VIC-20. And then there was some new stuff coming on, and then I go to I study more and more, and then I get my first PC, and that was this one, the Tulip. That was a Dutch company building an own personal computer. So, and then I realized that I was part of the digital revolution. So, what was changing I was in a road, and every day now I see that we get steps, more and more steps together in this digital revolution. And I showed you the picture of the industry revolution where we automate our hands and our feet. And now we are in the area that we will automate our brains. And I think that is something nice to understand, that we are now in a part with steps where we go further and further. So, and I will make some examples. When I go to school, I do the writing, but we have now typing. And the typing will go further because we are going now from typing to text generation. I just have to have a prompt and then it will get all the text I want. Or in the past, we did painting and then we do photography to that one. But now we even not have to go to that one because we can just generate images on places where we never been to that one. And that's also a shift which is happening. And of course, in the past, we all have to do walking to go to something. And then we get those vehicles which are motorized, we can drive, but within a couple of years, we just can put our feet on top of it and it will be a self-driving vehicle. So it's the shift we have to think about. This is a really big step we are in on this moment. But we also have to remember that we always solve the same challenges. So maybe it will go faster. Maybe we don't need people anymore to do the driving. So we will be a little bit replaced. But it's always be the challenge we have to solve will be the same. And that also will be for our business applications, if you look at those. So, and that's the reason why we in a competition. We are in a competition, what we can do as a human and what we should do as AI. And if I read the newspapers every day I see, okay, we will replace jobs by AI. So that is something we have to think about. But also on the other hand, we need people still, and I will show you later on. So we are in a competition between human and AI. We had that competition in the past between our hands and feet and machinery. We now look at it in making our own decisions or let AI make decisions. And if we combine them even, we maybe on some jobs we can replace people directly. So, and I think this is very important to understand, and this is one of the reasons why I think AI is very important, but also the knowledge about what can AI do and what can AI don't do is important. And if you look at companies, they always have to find a balance. And the balance is between where will I do a human, where do I will use a machine, and where will I do artificial intelligence to that one. So, and we saw the industry revolution on the left side where we say, okay, we have those tools, we get more and more tools, and some of the tools are automatically doing them by themselves, and some of the tools or some of the work we still do with our hands or a small tool to do so. And that also we have on the other side. If you look at automation, if we look at dashboarding, for example, sometimes we have to find out ourselves. Sometimes we say, okay, we need a report, and we find on the report itself where we make a decision. Sometimes we will be informed and get a kind of dashboard we have to find out. And also we will find situations where we say, okay, we trust the machine and they will make automatically decisions for us. And if we combine them, then we have our robots. And some of the robots can do a little thing, and others can do more. And I think if you look at that one, companies will make the decisions. And the blue ones on this slide, that were the decisions they used before they are having those artificial intelligence into that one. So they say, okay, what is the cost? Maybe we have to bring it to China. Or what is the time where we can deliver it in? Or what is the volume you will have for that one? So we make decisions on those indicators. But I think if we go to AI, then there are 3 more which are important. And that's digitalize. So can you make it digital? It's personalized. So can I make it for you or a small group? And of course, sustainability, because if you look at AI, that costs a lot of energy. So this will be the 3 new decisions which are important to make. So if we look at digitalization and personalization, what should we need for that one? And that's very important, because that will be the first questions for companies to look at that. And let's look at some examples. We have to digitalize our environment. So, and you will see we get a lot of those toolings in your own home environment, where you can say, okay, even my fridge will tell me which is the temperature, or my washing machine, or the temperature of my home. But you will see that everybody is trying to digitalize your home, but also your movement. Your car will already tell information where it is. It will tell when it needs a service to that one. Or we all have them one. If we have this one, we know where the people are. But we also have some other information. We can also access it. Or our clothes. And maybe this is not for you as a person, but for example, if you look at sports, they wear a lot of those sensors to collect those data, to do something around it. Your factories, they mostly are very far in the digital world, but mostly they are not connected yet to the internet. So also there we see some changes. And of course, our private time. We share anything on the internet using social media. And even if I look in space, we are sending, the European Union is sending some satellites to measure the environment of our nature. And also that information become available. So if you look at that one, we can digitize almost anything. And that's happening as a pre-step for what we need if we go to the AI world. So if I look at what will be the result of that one, a lot of data. Really, really a lot of data. But the question is, can I use that data? Because if the data is not in a shape that I can use it, then it's useless. I can know that this room is 20 degrees, but if I don't have a reason for measure it, it is useless data. So it's important that we put our data into a business context or into a context. And that was very hard in the past because we had a lot of data, and if we have to look at all that data, we become very data overloaded. And I think that is where you will see the shift from where you can use human and where we can use AI. Because if I look at, and this is our information model, and I already made that with a colleague of mine in 2011, where we say, okay, it always will be the question, if we have the structured data, unstructured data of eventing, if we can get it into a business context. And if you have it in a business context, then we can measure it real time, and then it will be value. And we can shift, we can change our company approach and that kind of stuff. So, and we have to look at what will be the human intelligence to that one, but also where we can use artificial intelligence. And what's very important as a constraint is that it's connected. And there you will see that cloud will come into the space. So how can we bring the structured, unstructured, and eventing data? And I think that's also important because most of the SAP applications are structured data. And most of the data we have on papers is unstructured. And mostly from information from the past, we even don't know when they were started or where they were created. But that is also important information. So also the eventing information is very important. So how can we use AI to put that into a business context? And I think, there are a lot of things we will hear today around it, but the first thing is we have to process the data. And we can use algorithms for that one to make it feasible and recognize some patterns. And the patterns will find your relations to that one. And if we know those relations, we can use reasoning, which will be also in the AI models today, and then we get some insights, explanations, and we can even create new data out of that one. So that will be the steps of AI, and I'm not an expert to that one, but Nadia probably will tell a little bit about that one in the next keynote. But what I learned about that one is that AI can help me to turn the raw data into smart data. And that's very important. So, and then in 2018, 2019, there was some new stuff around, which was generative AI. And then almost 3 years ago, everybody was talking about ChatGPT. And what was that? And if you look at all those steps you saw there on the right, you will see that they will make a big change because a big impact on human life. And that's because everybody can make use of it for a low price. And I think that is very important, why also generative AI will be a key changer for companies and also for you in your normal work. And then the question will be, but isn't that strange? or is that new? Because even in 1997, we already had Google, which has a small box. You can type something in, and it will give you a result. And that was, yeah, everybody was using that. And there was AI behind that one, because we had a searching around it, looking for some patterns, and it will give you an answer. Why was ChatGPT, why is that a game changer? And I think the reason about that one is that if you use Google search, you just have a prompt. It will do some AI, looking into the database, and it will bring you some information back. But you are not in the position to do a conversation. And I think that is one of the first things why ChatGPT is different from Google search. We already know for decades. So that we can have a conversation to that one. And that's also meaning that I have to learn those languages in the past, but I think the children of my children will never learn any language anymore, only their natural language, because they can use the AI technology to talk to everybody in the world, just by their phone and their eardubs. So, and what we also see, that we don't need to have some painting or something like that. If I look at this one, I just can ask, create a realistic photo of the Mona Lisa. And it will, based on the internet, we have that painting. It will generate an image. And I can even ask, make it a video out of that one. This is just AI. And I was surprised that this is possible. And I already heard that there are some people which are already make new movies now, which are not original from the movie companies. So but we have more capabilities. For example, we can also take a picture and ask that picture, can you tell me some information about what you're seeing over there? Or having a graph and get information out of the graph without knowing exactly what's happening over there. Or ask to a picture, what is unusual about this picture, and it will give you an answer. Or some calculations. So if you look at that, it's really surprising what generative AI will bring to you. And I think it will be even more bring to you. Because the next step, and also we have some sessions on this event also, is that we can connect some other data sources, which in AI called tools, to that one. And we get additional information out of it. And also it will be more secure, and it will be more relevant to use. And my strongly belief is that if we go some step further, the next stage of that one is that we have event-driven AI. And that's meaning that we can go outside our own sensors, what we can do as a human. We get all those sensors also there, but also we get some sensors we are not doing as a human. I cannot tell you directly. I can say, okay, it's warm here, but I cannot tell you exactly if it's 20 degrees or 22 degrees or 24 degrees. But those measurements can do, or what is the pressure at this moment in this room. So, and I think this will be the next step, event-driven AI to that one. And then you can build change. So if I look at the possibility to connect AI agents to each other, I get some information. And I think also building change of AI capabilities will be a great step and the next step to what's happening. And of course, there we have to combine system to system or system to human and that kind of stuff. So if I look at the business, because we are here at a business event, what will be the added value that we can have a lot of things we can bring to the business, to that one. So we can interact in our own language. It was not possible when I started with SAP a couple of 30 years ago. We have to choose upfront which language the SAP system should support. We can get notifications and alerts. In the past, we have a report, and when I start with SAP, I was in a room, and they have a pallet of paper every day where they have to find out the financial results to that one. Data-driven decisions, automated content generation, and document generation. I think AI will bring a lot to companies. So, and now we know that we have a lot of information over there. It should be the next stage. What will bring it exactly? What do we have to do for that one? Because I already told you before that we have to digitalize all those chambers, motor vehicles, all the things. But what do we need to do for our companies? Because this is what we have mostly in our company. We have a lot of silo-based applications. We have our ERP system. We have our information sitting into our analytic information. We have a no-code platform. We have some social media. So I showed you the picture before. We have structured data, unstructured data, and we have our eventing. But all those data are in separate silos. So, and when I start as an SAP consultant, I started in 2001 my own company, and we use this model to look at what's happening into SAP. And we had those databases in those times. Now we have all the HANA-DB, but in that part we had all kinds of databases. And then we have our applications, and I started my company in 2001, and there we saw that it was the NetWeaver time from SAP. So besides ERP, we also had CRM, SRM, BW, all that kinds of systems. So we get more applications. And those applications we have to combine, because if you are in an enterprise, you not only have SAP applications, but you also have applications from other vendors. So we have to do the integration. And maybe some of you, which are some older, know SAP came that time with Visual Composer to combine information to that one. Later on, they make from Exchange Integration, XI, they make it process integration to connect all those processes. We had ARIS that time to look in how our processes will flow to our companies. So composition was very important. And because of the mobility of that one and the internet, we also have to shift from our static UI. We have to make a mobilized UI. We have to go to the internet. And we saw a lot of technologies over there going from business service pages, WebDim Pro, Fiori apps, all that kinds of technologies over there. So we use this model to explain to our customers where we have those topics. And if I translate it to now, then I think this is still valid. Because we have a lot of data sources we have to digitalize at this moment. Not only our structured data, but also our unstructured data of that one. We have to make our applications, we have to make them API enabled. Because if we don't have our application API enabled, we cannot connect them and we cannot reuse that one. And then the top 3 layers, I think in the future, will completely take over by AI. Integration, if I have my API, I can do the integration. I have my models, which can do the reasoning, so I don't need to think about my workflow anymore. or more conversations. No, AI will find out for you. If you have the right sources, it will bring them to you. And also, if I look at AI, at this moment we are building our own AI user interfaces. But in the past, it will be generated on the fly. And I think that will be the stage where we will see in the future. And hopefully some of the speakers today will give us a glimpse what's happening in the future to that one. But my belief is that these layers are still valid, but that AI will be an important role to that one. So, and as I already mentioned, we have to make those systems open. And I know that there are some sessions about MCP those 2 days to look at how you can access any data source. And also, I told you before, we have to create a chain of AI agents. And also there we have a standard already now to do so. So, and then I'm a developer. What is that meaning for me? Because we say, okay, at the end we only have a conversational UI. But the complexity will bring lower. And still, even if for the end user it will be generated, even for the end user it will be that it will have only a prompt. The complexity will be behind. And if I look at all those AI vendors and say, oh, you can just type in a prompt and you will get the answer. But if your data sources are not available, then you will not have anything. And if you look at MCP I just showed, it's very important that it's not only the reasoning of the model itself, it's also collecting the right data sources to it. And that will be the job you have to do. And I think it's also important to understand that it's not only your own information, your own back office applications, but you can also use any API on the internet. And I think there will be a shift from collecting applications to also buying APIs to do the job for you. So it's important for you to understand that you have to digitalize your company. So if you have a lot of information, a lot of knowledge in the head of people or on paper, you should think about how can I digitalize that information. So, and the first step can just look in your organization where you have a lot of paper and scan it to make it a PDF and use the PDF to find out. You also have to open your existing legacy systems. And I think this is also, even if you're not starting yet with AI, you have to think about that all your systems you are building now and you're buying now should be API enabled. Because if they are not API enabled, then you cannot use them in the AI environment. And the third one, you have to bring your application to the cloud, or you have to think about how you can connect it to the cloud. Because if you want to connect all those different data sources, they should be on the internet. So, an SAP event. We call it the SAP Intelligence for You. So we have to look a little bit, and I will not go in depth to SAP Visions, but I only want to tell a little bit, 4 slides, to what's happening over there. And you get the details in those sessions from SAP and others. But if I look at the history, when I was starting in R2. And I saw all those steps, going to R3, going to the business suite, going to S/4HANA, and now going to Cloud ERP. And every time when there was a step, it was a step of a major step supporting some technology, what could be happen. So from mainframe to ERP or ECC R3 was a step. And that was client server. From client server to the internet was a step. Bringing your applications to the cloud was a step. And now getting those capabilities of AI. And if you look at SAP, SAP really understands what's happening. And they make their information already that they say we have to integrate all our applications, we have to make them API enabled, and they have to make a suite out of it. So even they have all those different applications in the past, they have to make it a kind of suite or to make it API enabled. And the strategy now is that I have two ones. One is make it API first, AI first, and suite first. And SAP is using that SAP flywheel to connect that one. And now you'll see that data is on top of the apps. And I think it's not the data, but it's the accessible of the data. So it will be those APIs description. And why is an OData service not enough? Because it doesn't have the context of that interface. If I look at a lot of OData servers from SAP, they have a small description. So also for that part, SAP is putting now data on top of the application because they say we have to enrich that data, those APIs with correct metadata to make use in AI. And they make the flywheel because they say, okay, from AI we can support again those applications and go back. I hope there will some clearance also from SAP about this topic. If I look at the pillars SAP is providing, then I think this is when you are in the SAP space that you have to think about. SAP is not only, AI is not only about technology, it's also about ethics, which belong to it. Then you have AI embedded in your tooling and in your systems, in ERP. But I think most of your companies will first find out that some other department will make use of your data, which is in the SAP system. So, okay, AI, your SAP system is also an AI enabler. And also SAP has a foundation to train your own models to that one. And I think the big change for your company users will be that they will shift from an UI SAP SAP GUI to a kind of AI assistant to that one. So these are topics which are important into the SAP space. But if I look a little bit further, most customers don't have SAP only. So if I look at SAP, they say, okay, we have our best practice of SAP, we have our applications, and you have to do a little bit about your own practice and third-party best practices. So from a perspective as SAP, they say, okay, you will get those AI, you don't have to do that much. You will get it from us. But if I look into enterprise companies, then I mostly see that they are not having only SAP. They have a lot of those different applications to that one. And they all have their own best practices. And when we have to integrate them, that will be own practice again. So it's very important to look at that one. But what I already mentioned, it's not only about the structured data, which is in those applications. It's also the way how you work as a human. So you also have work procedures. And those work procedures, why do you have people in your company to do the work? It's because the systems don't do it. So if you look at that one, you have even more own practice in your company. And if you look at AI, and I already mentioned, if you look at AI, we have to find out where we can use human, where we can use automated decision making, where we can use tools. Then I think for companies, you will get best practice AI solutions. But for you as a company, for you as a developer, you have a big opportunity in the own practice space to build those custom AI innovations. And I think Booking is a very nice example of that one, because when I came in the AI space, they had an hackathon, I think, 2.5 years ago, where we as the SAP department say, okay, let's join. And we saw over there that there were more than 200 business cases, and the SAP business case we had were only 3. And also there were 800 people from Booking joining that hackathon. I didn't see that much people on one hackathon in one time in other companies. And it was an AI hackathon. So if you look at AI opportunities, I always say, okay, look at your own practice and look at where you can find them. And these are some areas where you mostly find own practice in companies. So they have to type over from one system to another system, or they have to compare information, or they have to validate information, or they have to do an approval, or we have a personal assistant. All those places AI can have a position. And then my experience on AI as an enterprise integration architect. What I found out in the SAP space, that most organizations are not ready yet. They don't have a clear AI strategy. Of course they are doing some AI, but a clear AI strategy, that's not there. There's no governance around it yet, or it's not mature. Most of the people I talk to knowing about the technology, but not about the regulations which are around it. And that's very important. And also what I mentioned, they are not prepared to work as an AI-driven company. We are really in the early phase. So if I look at the SAP department, so I zoom in a little bit into the SAP department, then most of the AI initiatives are starting not within the SAP. SAP is really late into that one. That was also the case here in Booking. When we look at that one, we found out that Booking was much further away. And then we say, okay, as SAP department, we want to also go into the game. And I think we make a very good steps to that one. And you will see we have some presentations during those 2 days where we explain exactly what we did on that one. Also, in a lot of companies are told to, they don't know about the AI capabilities SAP is offering. SAP is much further in offering AI possibilities than most companies know. And I think what is the most important part, that the organization, but also their systems are not ready to do AI. Oh, we have an OData service, or we have an API ready. But that is not that your system is ready to doing AI in a correct way. And then, we as an SAP developer, what is there? If you are on a project, you probably have limited time for innovation. We already have to learn a lot of things because SAP is changing a lot the last couple of years. We have to learn that new data model, if it's RAP or it's CAP, we have to learn that one. We have to learn new things of doing. We have to learn all those things going from a closed ABAP environment where you have to do a lot of things are already done for you. You have to go to an open environment where you even have to connect to databases, think about security and all kinds of stuff. And then additional to that one, we also get that AI to that one. And most of the customers are still on an on-premise system, which don't have any AI capabilities yet. Maybe they have an HANA-DB behind it and we can do something into the HANA-DB, but we don't have that connected to all the AI capabilities of the cloud. So, the last couple of years I saw this kind of stuff, and that was for me the reason to say we have to do something about that one. We have to discover, to learn, and to put it in practice. And that is the reason why I want to use this event, to help you to make it, because I have a motto. And my personal motto is every time I share my knowledge, I learn something new. And that's also the reason why I'm part of communities. And I bring those 3 or 4 communities together today and during this event. Because in those communities, there's a lot of knowledge. And if we can bring that knowledge together, we can bring a kind of event we have today. So the event, 3 days. I started with 1 day, I believe, Martin. We started with 1 day, and then we say, okay, maybe we should put it a second day, and then we say, okay, we have to learn also something. So we came from 1 day to 3 days. I looked at the program, I looked at how I want to present. So I say, okay, the first day we will have keynote speakers, which are not from SAP. They will be the second day, but I want to have also insights, not only from the SAP world, but also insights from outside the SAP. So we have Amazon, we have Microsoft, we have Google, and of course we have SAP today. But we also have speakers which are not related to SAP at all. We have a plenary discussion at the end of the day. We have a lot of parallel sessions, and yeah, when I was starting, I said, okay, maybe I have 10, 15 speakers to that one. At the end, now are 35 speakers which will share their knowledge. And I'm very happy about that, because what I mentioned, I truly believe if you share, you learn something new. So, and because we also want to make it fun, we also have an evening event. And I'm very happy with the 2 sponsors for that one. And for the ones who subscribed to the evening event, we get everybody which subscribed. We get them in, because we had a second sponsor, not only Eswald but also Conduct, sponsor it. Be there in time, 9:15. It's just if you go outside the building, there's a kind of area on the water. And if you walk to the central station next to the Chinese restaurant, which is here in the water, next to that, there we will do the boarding. We have 2 boats. So for the people who have their envelope, in the envelope you have a wristband. Wear it tonight, because this wristband we can easily shift which have to do the boarding and also make some groups. Because the faster we can board, the longer we have time to drink and have some dinner to that one. So and then I'm very happy to also have the developer advocates from SAP into the house. They will give on Wednesday, they will give the code jams over here. They're also for the ones who subscribed, they will have a wristband to that one. It was that overbooked that I could only get you on one of the 2 sessions. But probably not everybody will arrive today and tomorrow. So if you want to join another one, please come after the keynote tomorrow. We will have our information desk. Come to that one, and we will give the other ones which are not registered, so that we have those events booked. Unfortunately, Daniel cannot come here because of the war. He is not able to fly to the Netherlands. So, but he's replaced by Anna Petteru, so she will be there. And yeah, I'm very happy that also SAP, the developer advocates, will be part of this event. So that was my presentation. I hope you have a very nice, a very good days those days. Have a lot of fun and discover, learn and put it in practice. Thank you. Now it's your turn, Nadia.
While he's plugging in, maybe I can introduce myself because I don't have one of those very cool slides that has my picture on it and my history in Booking, but I'm Nadia. I'm a principal data scientist here at Booking.com, and I have been with the company for almost 10 years. In June 1st, I'll be 10 years in Booking. I am known for being extremely prolific, so I had my fingers in pretty much everything that I'll share with you today, and then some. And I'm going to talk about, I'm the only person in the meeting. About how I'm the only person in the meeting, always. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you about the past, present, and future of AI. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. That's great. So good that we got this out of the way. I was hoping we can have a clicker, but we're not there yet with AI. I think all of you are familiar with this website. How many of you, by the show of hands, have used Booking.com? Oh, that's okay. That's a lot of you. Then chances are you have already interacted with AI and it impacted your decisions. Because I don't think there's AI is a new hype, but actually AI has been with us for many, many years. And in Booking, this is just a very tiny little idea to give you an idea of how many actions are already driven by AI and how many of your decisions are already, you have interacted and have been in touch with AI, okay? Many, many of them. And we're gonna go through just 2 of them because we only have 45 minutes. So on to the new website that we have. This was an old picture of the old search results. This is the new search results that we have nowadays, and I'm gonna just walk you through our ranking algorithm. Say you wanna go to LA in March, and you have to decide which property you want to book, right? That's not an easy decision given that we have more than 1,000 properties in LA. So all of this, the way we rank them, which influences your decision, because I am guessing you're not gonna go through 12 or 20 pages of properties, right? So all of this is to an extent influenced by our ranking algorithm. Okay. But our ranking algorithm, which shows you exactly what you want to, what you might be interested in booking. Another new innovation here is that it also, our new AI, generative AI this time, which is just a small part of AI, is smart filters. So say you want to book 2 different beds. I'm going to the US with my father, so I'm always looking for 2 beds at least, so we don't sleep on the same bed. You can search for this filter here. You don't have to go through tens of thousands of filters to search for what you want to actually book. Now, let's say you have decided you want to book this very bottom Lowe's Hollywood hotel because you like a view, like myself, right? That's probably why it's recommending it to me. You go to the page and the first thing you see is a review. Okay, but this is not just a review. This is a review. No, photos. Let's go through photos. This hotel has been very, very good at supplying us with sufficient information to make your choice easier. They have uploaded more than 100 photos. Obviously, we can't show you 100 photos and expect you to go through all of them, so that AI has gone and decided, an algorithm has gone and decided which pictures might be relevant for you and would be make this property more appealing for you. So we have narrowed it down to only the top pictures. Now, reviews also, you can notice that this hotel has been actually very active on Booking.com and has acquired 7,000 reviews, right? Will we go through 7,000 reviews? Probably not. but we know something about you, and we know that you care about location, and we know what you're probably trying, what you care about is location. So with Surface, excellent location, and of the first review there, and you can go through it with a slider through it. This is also done through AI, albeit not a generative AI, right? We also know something more about this property, is that the location of this property has been ranked quite highly by all of our users. So we surface that there too, because we believe that you will appreciate a location. Again, a different algorithm. Now, more recently, we were also able to do guest review summaries. As we said, 7,000 reviews are quite a big chunk of reading, right? So maybe you don't want to do that, but we can summarize that using Gen AI for you and make your choice a little bit easier. We have even gone, like 2 years ago, as he mentioned, we did this hackathon and on AI, and this was actually the first thing that we created, which was the trip planner, AI trip planner, where you can input a prompt and just generate an itinerary for yourself and for your parent or your other half, and you can tell the AI exactly what you want, and it can already plan it for you, and it even includes links to how to book these things on booking.com. Very convenient. So we have made a lot of advances, and AI is already here. We're not going to wait for it to come. And we used to call it back then machine learning. It was not AI, right? But it's technically AI. Machine learning didn't replace decision makers. It just replaced manual judgment at scale. So that you don't have to go through 105 photos or 1,000 properties. We will tell you what you want. That, however, is a very delicate balance, right? Because it can go terribly wrong. And I'll give you one of those examples where it was a bit suboptimal for us. Another thing that is driven by AI is those ads that you probably get on Booking, on Instagram or Facebook if you have it. We're very, very well known for being extremely spammy. So that's what we do. We spam you until you book. And what you would expect to see from an ad that we paid good money for on Instagram is something like that, right? So our algorithm decides, hey, this property is really cool. It has a great picture. It's prime thing for advertisement. So you would expect to see something like that. But in 2022, we started displaying these pictures. Who wants to go there? All of you, I know. Funny. Yes. So, you know, AI, it can do what you tell it to do, but it can't really, it wasn't able to exactly do reason and decide that, hey, maybe showing an old naked man is not the best thing, right? But it did give us some visibility in the media, which you can't pay for, right? So hilarious ads grabbing attention on social media. So you can't pay for that kind of advertisement. So that worked well. What was happening at the background, just so you know, was that we have an algorithm on our side that decides which properties are a good representation of our great selection of properties. And then there was a little human error, which rank them the other way around. Oops. And then once we gave that to Facebook, where they have their own algorithm, it's called the bandit algorithm, it decides what to push out. It actually optimizes for clicks, not for bookings. So yes, these things got a lot of clicks, but not a lot of bookings. I can assure you of that. And how we were able to know that is because we had something called A/B experimentation. Who has heard about A/B experimentation? Not as many as people who use Booking, but you are probably all part of an experiment at one time or another. So experimentation is arguably very, very much more important than any AI that we have developed so far, because it enables us to make decision-making at scale. So what it does, it uses half of this room, takes it, these are all SAP people. I'm going to put this half, I'm going to show them one picture, and I'm going to take this half and show them another picture. So it would look something like that. Sorry. Oh, I have a missing slide. Okay, so anyway, you get the point. I show them one of the naked men and one without the naked man. And then we measure how does that perform. And we are able to measure that because we have 2,022 metrics to measure various interactions with the website, booking behavior, bookings, etc., etc. And this is just how the UI looks like. So you can see it's doing really well, let's say, on clicks, not so well on bookings. Okay, so that's how we know actually when to stop an experiment or when to continue. Okay, I messed it up. So this is what an A/B experiment looks like, more or less. You see this picture, you get a lot of good bookings. You see this picture, you get a lot of clicks, but not a lot of bookings. Now, this is very, very obvious example where A/B testing will be able to detect that. But even if you didn't have A/B testing and advanced statistics, you would still probably be able to guess that that's not going to get you a lot of bookings. Now, where A/B testing becomes very important is when you have very small changes. Let's say this one. In one of the pictures, in the control, we have exceptional location based on 2,966 reviews. And in the treatment, which we're showing to the customer, we only changed a tiny bit of this UI, right? Guests loved walking around this neighborhood. We just added a statement there. The result often of these changes is not significant. So we know that this is not a good idea. But sometimes, one of those very small optimizations that look very, why would you care about that? They are significant. And this is one example of those ones. So arguably, for me, as a human, I would have thought the first change was more significant. But this one that you can barely notice actually turned out significant, right? This is in control. We were showing ages of children at checkout so that we can price correctly, right? Because if you have a bit of an older children, they're counted as an adult. And in the treatment, we displayed children's ages at a certain date, so the date of the checkout. So you don't have to think about, hey, when am I checking out, so that you can compare your children's birthdays. And believe it or not, this tiny little change was actually very positive for our user experience. People loved it. So we put this experiment, we call it full on. Yeah? This is not, I don't think this is something that you can do easily in SAP or SAP-like interfaces, because you can just randomly put half of your procurement managers in one treatment and half of them in the other treatment. So this is not very relevant for you, but it will become relevant as I go on. So remember that. Okay, just a little statement from me. A/B testing didn't remove humans, it formalized uncertainty. So that we have AI on one hand that is making these huge decisions, but we also control whether this is actually doing what we think it's doing. This is called online testing for algorithms. Okay, moving on. So Gen AI, it's a new arm of AI, right? This is chatbots, conversational interfaces. But this is not the first time that we're doing chatbots and interfaces. We were doing that. Microsoft launched their TAI assistant in 2016 on Twitter, and it was meant to be this friendly interaction bot that you can talk with humans and interact with them. And it was super excited about humans and how cool they are. And that was on the 23rd of March 2016. By 24th, it had some controversial opinions already. Okay, so happy Women's Day, ladies. Already didn't like women, and only 3 minutes later, it already didn't like Jews either. So, good job, Microsoft. Immediately to put them off, all right? They immediately turned it off. But it was a very funny development because it was unsupervised learning, right? It just learns from interactions with people, and whatever you say it and whatever you make it think, it will repeat it because it's very naive, hardly an intelligent algorithm, right? Now, this was not isolated to chatbots. That was a problem with algorithms that were serving ads. That was problems with recruitment algorithms, with healthcare algorithms. There was some scandals around imprisonment, and like something in the US was predicting who is likely to do crime again, and it was extremely biased, picture recognition. It was doing it with discrimination, about gender discrimination with Apple. It was quite problematic for all algorithms. That was not isolated to chatbots. Actually, that was the least harmful one. And that brought us to the realization that actually maybe we shouldn't trust blindly AI, and that we should have a way to see whether AI is actually doing what is intended to do and whether it's actually discriminating someone. Now, in booking, that's not a huge problem because we just sell bookings, right? So it's not a huge thing. But we wanted to be ahead of the curve. So we started developing our governance system around AI as early as 2020. And I'll give you just a short example of what discrimination looks like in algorithmic bias, right? Imagine you have 200 people, and 100 of them are men, 100 of them are women in your algorithm. It's a perfect algorithm. And you're trying to predict who is likely to default on their loan. And how you decide that is that everybody who makes less than 50K per year is considered high-risk individual, and everybody who makes more is considered low-risk individual. And the low-risk individuals get rejected. Now, your true distribution among those populations that you have between men and women is that 90% of men are low-risk mortgage candidates. That was probably happening in the 1950s. And then 10 women of the 100 have are considered low-risk individuals by this definition, because that's the definition that is also man-made. Now, we build an algorithm, and the algorithm is doing amazing. It's detecting 94% of the high-risk candidates. This is pretty good, right? Only 6 bad predictions. And what you would expect that would look like when you break it down by gender, because this is very, just to keep it very simple. Because you have 90 low-risk men, you would expect that 94% correctness is like 17% are rejected. And of women, it should be 2, right? It should be proportional to the amount of low-risk individuals. Yeah, except that's not what happened. And that's partly because of the distribution of the data, but I'm not going to bore you with the details. It was just, we just know it's happening. And what does that mean? What are the implications for those people? Well, if you're a man, turns out that according to this algorithm, you have only 11% chances of being rejected, even though you're a good candidate. But if you're a woman who is making a lot of money, like me, then you have 90% chance of being rejected, which is not ideal. And in booking, we don't have that many algorithms that can have that level of implication on your life, but we still have some algorithms that can have impact. So what I did, thank you, we made this tool that is, when you call it Be Fair. Be Fair is a library that is a bias detection and mitigation library. So first of all, you can plug in your data, and it can tell you whether you have bias, yes or no, based on sensitive variables like a country of origin, because we don't collect gender, right? So that's not applicable to us. But for example, country of origin or destination, and it can tell you whether this algorithm is discriminating against certain demographics, yes or no. And then once we do that, we were able to correct for that after the fact, because we are aware that some models have it, and once a model has it, we are able to intervene after the model has already been developed and to correct for that. This was actually tested in production, and not only was it more fair, but it was also quite profitable, because it ended up correcting the model to the extent that you actually detect more people than you would have detected otherwise, without discriminating unnecessarily. Now, because we were so ahead of the curve, We were invited. I was not at that meeting, which I'm still angry about. We were invited. We were invited at the EU Parliament to contribute in 2021 to contribute to the joint legal framework that is now released. But that was way back in 2021. This is my colleague Diana, who was the principal data product manager, and Dennis, who was a fellow data scientist here at Booking. And we talked about our experience with AI and what types of changes we have already implemented, and that to an extent influenced that legislation framework, which is now very much live, right? So everybody should be aware that this legislation, the EU Act, the DMA, you already know probably, the GDPR, right? And the Fundamental Rights Act, they're already there. So every company that interacts with users and uses AI on users should be aware and should have some kind of an evaluation of all their models. And we went through that even before the legislation was true. Now, that was, I think, 2022 already that we were going through all these algorithms that are many. Well, we knew that already we're not just experimenting with AI, we're not just trying things. We were governing it. And we built a whole governance system around it. Now, I don't know, I think I'm really quick. Okay? I'm really quick, so I'm gonna be over in a very few minutes. What about the future? So you're wondering, with all of this in mind, what about the future? Well, the future of AI is, right now we're mostly focusing on figuring out how all these things apply to generative AI. Because managing a binary classifier like a yes or a no answer is very different from a hallucinating LLM. But as you can see, if you have interacted with ChatGPT or any of the Gen AI systems, they're not racist, I think. So that's good. So they must have figured out how to do that. But the future of AI, I think most of all, it will be used as a personal assistant. So something that can help you do your day-to-day job. It helped my mom do her taxes. It helped me write a letter to the CBR because I have to get a driver's license, but I need a medical certificate for that. And I wanted to do it in Dutch. It even helped my mother build a website, a tiny little website, but a website nonetheless, right? But you're wondering, how is that relevant for you? Well, for you, I have a special thing that I want to present to you that I feel will be very important for the SAP audience specifically, and for all those kinds of platforms that are interacting with procurement managers and long-term users. I already mentioned A/B testing, right? So Microsoft, Amazon, Booking, Facebook, Google, we do a lot of research together. We all run, the one thing that we have in common is that we all run thousands and thousands of user-facing experiments every year. For Booking, it's more than 10,000, I can assure you. Where we have the luxury of splitting users and randomly and assigning like a tiny little tweak. In SAP, you can't really do that, as we have established. It's impossible. In parts of Booking also, it's impossible, so it is relevant for us because we can't just randomly give one hotel one feature that we don't give another hotel. There's also discrimination. Now, where the future for you holds is actually in something that is quite interesting and still very nascent, but I think it will be the future of experimentation, is the generation of synthetic users. You have something like a sandbox, right? Yeah, well, imagine sandbox on steroids. So you have your sandbox, but you can generate a AI persona pool where you can actually model all those personas, the risk-averse compliance officer, the time constraint manager, the cost-focused procurement manager. You can, with the different levels of risk-averseness, time constraintness, and cost-focusedness, you can model them, and you have this giant pool that you can actually use for experimentation. Yeah. Well, we've got time, I'm so fast. That's okay. You have to find the guy? We work in tech and we don't know how to handle that. right? Hilarious. I think we should probably just... Can we join? I'm a principal data scientist, okay? If that didn't prove it, just see? Yeah, so anyway, you can generate this giant pool of different personas, and you can use them to test your workflows, your new tooling, your AI assistants, and see how they interact with it and how much it actually helps your main goal, which is, I don't know in your case what it is, to make them happy. Well, in this case, we talked about this flow, right? Except instead of actual users, you're going to have a pool of synthetic users. Now, this is a very, very new technology, right? This is something that is currently being developed, and it's not ready yet for use, but I believe that in the next 2 to 3 years, you're probably going to be able to use that and test your workflows way in advance. So my point is, before I wrap up in record time, the next frontier in experimentation is not just testing on real users. Real users testing is always going to be there, but it will be very augmented by building digital societies where you can simulate behavior before deploying decisions, which is a huge move for you specifically. And in closing, wow. In closing, I don't think AI will replace people. Based on our experience with AI, it hasn't replaced you yet. It won't replace you in the future, at least not at this point. It will not replace people, but it will replace people who don't understand delegation. You need to learn how to delegate. What can I delegate to AI, and what do I have to do myself? How can I use it to speed up my workflow? How can I use it to clear my mind off of those things that are clogging, like writing emails? And the organizations that are going to be huge, are the organizations that will win will be the ones that treat AI not as magic, and just implement it at any cost, but as a responsibility. And are more mindful of like, where do we actually need it? And how do we keep it at bay? Thank you very much.
Yes, Nadia, thank you very much for this really quick presentation. It was, as we call it in Dutch, a sneltreinvaart through the presentation. But you gave us some things to think about. At last, the last one, AI will not replace people. Well, it will cool us a little bit down for these couple of days. Thank you very much. I will give you just a small present because of your presentation for today. And that's what we call it in Dutch. Oh la la, chocola.
Oh,
thank you.
Dank je wel.
Alsjeblieft.
Thank you.
Nadia, thank you very much. So thanks to Nadia, we have a long possibility to do some networking together. Ooh, that's really difficult. You have to talk to one another. But if you don't want to talk, we have some snacks over there. We have some coffee over there. And because we're just a quarter of an hour earlier, just make fun together in the room next to here. And 50 minutes after 11, then track E will be here. Track B will in the room on the side of here. So look at your program, see what you want to, which presentation you want to follow, and we see you back then after snacks and networking made it possible by booking. Thank you.
Hallo.
All right. After a break and networking was rather loud, I heard it myself, so that's what very good. We had a lot of talks and a lot of discussions about, well, whatsoever, anything. I have one remark to make from housekeeping. Please don't take any drinks and food into these rooms. Yeah, for now, don't make stains, but don't take any drinks into this room. Please let it outside. Drink, eat outside, and then come in. I'm sorry. I'm just told to tell you that. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's move on. Oh, another one. Please, could you leave your drinks outside, because I'm told to let them over there. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, because they want to keep it clean in here, as clean as possible. Thank you very much. So let's move on to the next speaker of today. The next speaker of today is telling us a little bit about modernizing the legacy ABAP code. Okay, somebody's trying to challenge the SAP world with Amazon AI services. And that's gonna be told by nobody less than Stefan Kremer. Stefan.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see so many of you here. And thank you again for Robert and the organizers for this great event and the chance for us to present the Amazon services for SAP. My name is Stefan Kremer. As I was introduced, I'm a SAP Senior Specialist Solution Architect at AWS. Have been working with AWS for roughly a year now. I'm based in Luxembourg, and typically I'm responsible for transitioning customers from the on-premise landscape to AWS Cloud. So I would architect their landscape, come up with how to build resilient architectures with high availability, disaster recovery. But I am a developer by trade. So 14 years ago, I started being an SAP developer. So I know the ABAP code, have worked with Web Dynpro, classical Dynpros, and also know the pain of transitioning to the new world. So I'm glad to close that or bridge that gap and show you what AWS brings to the table for those services. So today it's going to be me speaking. Tomorrow is my colleague Nikhil talking about the wider AWS services and how to build agents. For today, I will give a quick overview of the GenAI suite from Amazon it as a whole, and then how it translates to the SAP ecosystem. Afterwards, I will tell you a little bit about our ABAP Accelerator program, which is an add-on for Amazon Q Developer. I will show you some demos, followed by a clean core assessment with the Kiro CLI. If you don't know what that is, don't worry, I will explain it to you. And then we do a summary, and if there is time, a Q&A. So let's start with the motivation. I think Robert just left, but he also spoke about it in his keynote, that a lot of developers today don't spend that much time coding anymore. So there was a report coming out, it's 4 years ago, but it's still relevant, that the median developer spends less than 1 hour of their working day actually coding. And of that 1 hour, almost 73% is spent on maintaining legacy code, bug fixes, and so on, and only 27% is actually spent on innovation, and it's still a business event, so building business value. And the idea that we have with our AI offerings is to shift this ratio at least a little bit more to the left, that the developers do have more time to spend on innovation. So let me start with an overview of the GenAI services that Amazon has. Most of you probably know AWS as a cloud infrastructure provider. So we offer virtual machines where you can host your SAP, but maybe not everyone is familiar with the GenAI stack that we have. So our infrastructure our stack is basically divided into 3 parts. Let's start on the bottom with the infrastructure part. On one hand, we have managed services like Amazon SageMaker that you can use to build your own or train your own models. And on the right-hand side, we have physical hardware, like our Trainium and Inferentia processors that were custom developed for AWS that you can use for training machine models or inference, as their name suggests. And you can also purchase instances with GPUs to run your machine learning models on them. Then in the middle layer, we have Amazon Bedrock and Amazon Bedrock Agent Core. I will not go into too much detail because that is exactly what my colleague Nikhil will tell you about tomorrow. Just know that Amazon Bedrock is a unified platform where customers have access to Amazon models, like foundation models, as well as third-party models like Anthropic. We have Google models on there. We have open-weight, OpenAI models. So the customer really can choose which model is the best for their use case. A separate offering is Amazon Bedrock Agent Core, which is a managed infrastructure for actually hosting agents. So that is a platform that gives you all the governance and security features that you would need from a modern agent platform. And again, Nikhil will go into more detail how that actually works for agents. Then on the top layer, which is the application layer, on the left-hand side, we have Amazon Quick, which is our integrated agentic platform for business workflows. So it's a platform where you can integrate different data sources, of which SAP can be one, but you can also integrate other tools like Outlook, Slack, your Jira tickets, your Confluence system, to have really like a centralized service where you can then combine these data sources with tools to create business workflows. Our offerings around development is the Amazon Kiro IDE. Maybe a quick show of hands who has heard of the Kiro IDE before? There's not so many. That's probably good that I'm here to tell you about this a little bit. It is basically an agentic or an agent-supported integrated development environment based on Visual Studio Code that combines the IDE that a lot of developers are familiar with, maybe not so much in the ABAP space, but other developers, with our agent or AI offerings. A subset of the Kiro IDE would be the Kiro CLI, so command line interface, which I will go into detail a little bit later. That goes into, it's a command line agent that you can use locally on your machine to also integrate different data sources and tools to create workflows as well. But the bulk of today's presentation will be the top right part, the ABAP accelerator for Amazon Q Developer, which is our solution specifically designed for SAP ABAP. So today, the top right part, tomorrow, Amazon Quick and Amazon Bedrock. Just a very quick recap. I think Robert has gone through it over in the keynote already, but what is an AI agent? So I just want to give a very short definition. That is a software system that leverages AI to reason, plan, and complete tasks on behalf of humans or systems. It is different to a chatbot that most of us know, like from a year or 2 years ago, where you send a prompt and you get a response. That's it. There's nothing, there's no feedback loop, there's nothing complex going on in terms of the interaction between the user and the model. But an AI agent changes that a little bit. So it is basically sitting between the user and the LLM. So the agent is the one that the user is talking to with the prompt. The agent will then use the LLM to come up with a plan, what the user actually wants to achieve, and comes up with reasoning how to achieve this for the user. To do that, we have different tools or different capabilities available, like steering files, which act as external instructions for the model, for the agent. We have different tools. Those can be data sources. They can be, it could be SAP, for example, could be Outlook. And we have memory, where we can store session data. So we have also stateful interaction with the agent in case the work that gets interrupted. Like at the end of the day, when we go home, we don't want to restart everything fresh from the next morning. So this is where memory comes into play. And very important is the right-hand side. This runs in an autonomous loop. So the agent will continue looping over this planning and reasoning session until it is happy with the response that it will present back to the user. So in a nutshell, this is what an AI agent is. So let's go to Amazon Q Developer, or specifically the ABAP Accelerator. So what is Amazon Q Developer itself, or what are the capabilities? So it's an AI assistant that you can use, similar to, for example, GitHub Copilot. It can generate ABAP code with plain English prompts, so natural language processing is possible. It generates everything that you would need for RAP and CAP applications in the modern world with the BTP. But very important is also today is document generation. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the problem that you have a report that was written in 1998 by a developer that retired in 2007, and nobody knows what this code does anymore. So Amazon Q Developer can actually help you document this, not only from a technical standpoint, but also from a business standpoint. Like, what business problem does this actually solve? Next, we can generate unit tests, either for already existing code, but of course you can also implement it for a test-driven development, software development lifecycle. It can create or convert ABAP objects from classical ECC to S/4HANA. And of course it understands clean core, which was typically, or before, was a binary classification. Either your core is clean or is not. But mid last year, SAP came up with a new classification where we now have levels from A to D. A being your core is cloud ready, and D is it uses unreleased APIs and you need to change something. And we have seen with customers already that use Amazon Q Developer that we have up to 40% savings in the migration effort if you go from ECC to S/4HANA, for example. And for new development, it can speed up development by up to 4 times. Amazon Q Developer itself is a plugin for the favorite IDEs that you probably are familiar with, at least some of them. I already mentioned Kiro, which is our Amazon internal or Amazon developed IDE that next to ABAP, of course, understands the typical languages these days, whether that's Python or R. Anything that you can imagine would be supported. Visual Studio Code, of course, is supported. The SAP Business Application Studio, if you want to develop inside BTP, is supported. But, and that's probably where most of you are familiar with, Eclipse is still the de facto standard for development with SAP ABAP. So this is what we focus on today. Not sure if everyone is familiar, but SAP has announced support or native ABAP support for Visual Studio Code that will be coming later this year. But for now, Eclipse is the only platform that is like officially supported by SAP. And that's why we also focus on this. So let's give you a short overview. Who actually here has seen Eclipse before? Just so I know. Okay, that's good. That's very good. Then I can go through this kind of fast. So we have the typical user interface, Project Explorer, editor window, and on the right-hand side now, similar to if some of you have used Claude Code, we have our chat assistant. I will go through the different toolings that the Amazon Q Developer offers you. First of all, we have model selection. In some other assistants, you are locked to one model. With Amazon Q Developer, you can actually choose which model you want. Currently, we support the Anthropic models. For example, if you want to do complex coding, we would suggest you use Anthropic Claude Opus. It's probably the industry de facto standard for development, but it is also the most expensive one. That's just how it is. So for smaller tasks like documentation, you could probably go and switch to Anthropic Claude Sonnet or Haiku, which are cheaper and a little faster. But the choice is ultimately up to you. We have steering files, which I already mentioned as the capability of AI agents. So in those steering files, you can not only give the agent instructions that it should follow, but you can also create a knowledge base, for example, your company's coding guidelines. You can, as you can maybe see in the screenshot, you can also link to the SAP Clean Core guidelines. So say everything you generate has to adhere to the Clean Core guidelines. You could also put in there standard operating procedures if you want to model business processes, so that that Amazon Q Developer understands how your business works. Next, we have context. You're probably familiar with this. So current or typically, you are interacting with the one single file that is currently open in your workspace. But you can also add more files or more folders to this. And here's the tricky part that you're probably familiar with. If you use Eclipse, the actual code files, they don't locally exist on your machine. They are living on the server. And if you try and add the workspace as a context, there's nothing there that could index. So this is where the ABAP accelerator comes in a little later, how to actually solve this problem. Because one ABAP or ABAP code is typically not just one file. There's loads of references to includes, data elements, structures, tables that are not just visible on the screen. And we need a way to follow these. So I will show you how the ABAP accelerator does this. Then next, we have a chat history. If you want to know what you've done last week, last month, you can always go back, revisit your old conversations. The context is completely stored, so you could also continue those conversations and finish your iteration, whatever you were doing at that point. And of course, we also support MCP servers. So the ABAP accelerator that I've mentioned is one of those MCP servers. In case not everyone is familiar what an MCP server is, I will give a quick recap in a session. But it's basically a capability to extend the knowledge that Amazon Q developer has. Another quick show of hands, who knows what an MCP server is? Okay, that's not as many as use Eclipse, that's good. So it's an open standard that was developed by Anthropic. Robert has mentioned in the keynote agent-to-agent communication, which is basically the next evolution of this, where agents can talk to other agents. But it is a MCP is a client-server protocol that connects AI agents to external data sources and tools. Again, this could be SAP, it could be Outlook, could be any kind of integration that you want. And it's just provided to deal with the complexity that all of those tools bring typically in case of API access. So the old world, we had our LLM or AI agent interact with different tools, and all of those tools had to have their own individual integrations. So there had to be a developer that writes an API to access each individual tool, and that's for one company. If a different company wants to do that, their developers have to do exactly the same again. So of course that creates a lot of work. So MCP solves that by using the client-server architecture. You have your LLM or AI agent talk to an MCP client. Throw back to what you have just seen. The Amazon Q developer is the MCP client in this scenario. And then you connect to MCP servers, which is a standardized way to expose the functionalities of maybe a database. It could be a file system, it could be Outlook again. And those protocols are standardized and reusable by not only your company, but also other customers, of course. So this is very, in a nutshell, what an MCP server is. Now to give you an overview of how this integrates into Amazon Q Developer, we have the Eclipse on the top in the white box. You connect to different SAP systems, so you have shared workspaces or different projects. On the left-hand side, you have SAP's ABAP Development Tools plugin, which is the framework to directly connect to your SAP system, which is also just a plugin for Eclipse. And on the right-hand side now we have Amazon Q Developer, again, just a plugin for Eclipse. And in that, we configure the ABAP accelerator. And the nice feature of the ABAP accelerator is that it is directly integrated with the SAP via the ABAP test cockpit. So any code that it generates will automatically be checked against the ATC checks that you have configured in your system, meaning that it will reduce hallucinations. It will not just come up with any function module name, because it can actually check if that function model exists. The same goes for structures. It will not just guess what a structure might look like, because it can actually check in the system live, okay, what is the actual structure that I'm dealing with here, and then create your access for that. I've already talked about the communication with the foundation models. All of these are built in Amazon Bedrock. And then the customer can choose what model they are using for different use cases. So most of you probably know the code or have seen code, and if you have an include in an ABAP report, a typical AI agent without MCP functionality wouldn't know what this include actually entails. So it can maybe infer what it means, it can guess, but it's just one line, so there's really no way for it to know. And that's exactly where the ABAP test cockpit integration comes in for the ABAP accelerator. It will follow this include and check what is actually in there before coming up with a solution for whatever the developer is asking it. And it really reduces hallucinations. So now I want to give you 2 demos. The first one is a video. I wanted to make a video specifically so you can actually see the speed of the generation in real time. which is a documentation. Let's hope this works. So we just have a one single page ABAP report, and I want Amazon Q Developer to document this from a business standpoint and also from a development standpoint by giving it a pretty elaborate prompt. So it will go through the code, figure out all the includes and all the dependencies that exist. And as you can see in real time, it gets produced. So first we have a 2-sentence executive summary, basically for anyone to have a glance, what does this actually do? Then we have an analysis of who the target user group is, like who is actually working with this program. We get some technical information, like what is the program flow of this, what is the structure of it. A lot of more technical details, and it will also give performance optimization recommendations and analyze the code quality, as well as already suggest remediations for the code quality issues. And last but not least, I've mentioned that it also knows the clean core guidelines. It will go through the code and analyze if this code is already clean. So this was a 90-second clip that if you think a developer goes through this and comes up with this description, does a manual code review and comes up with documentation, would probably take an hour or two, is my guess. Just to give you a high-level example of how fast the documentation is. Of course, a lot of what it produces depends on the quality of the prompt. Robert has already mentioned that developers need to also learn the new ways of working, of interacting with AI agent, for example, prompt engineering, to get the tools to produce the outcome that they're really interested in. One thing I want to highlight from this documentation is that in the prompt, of course you couldn't see it, but I did not specifically ask for any kind of bug fix recommendations. I just asked it to go through the code and analyze the structure. It actually found a bug in this code and already gave me the suggestion to how to solve this. Of course, it's a very simple bug in this case. It's just the typical stale add append that most of us probably have done before in our lives. But it goes through these static checks and already gives me recommendations. And of course, now the next step could also be to just implement this and fix the bug. Now, maybe for a more elaborate demo, we actually have a converting a legacy report. I must admit, this is one that I wrote myself in a previous role. It's a little adapted, but it's a very simple report that just shows the most recent invoice that a supplier has sent to the company. So it's a classic ABAP list view program that just shows a few details. Nothing elaborate. If you double click on a line in the ALV, it will show you the standard SAP transaction for these for the line items and give you the header details. That's all it does. It's one single page of ABAP code. Of course, it does have an include, it does have a code screen in it, which again, the ABAP accelerator will follow to figure out what is actually behind that. But now I want to convert this, because it's obviously not clean core compliant, as it uses select statements to LFA1 tables that don't exist like that or are not supposed to be used like this. It has to use CDS views in the new world. But of course, just like a developer would, we don't just start by writing the code. First, we analyze what are we dealing with, and we come up with a plan. That goes back to the AI agent workflow, where we do a planning and a reasoning cycle first. So I didn't ask the plugin to convert this program first. I asked it to analyze. Like, show me the clean core summary of this program. Because it knows what the clean core guidelines are, it can check them, check every single object that is used in the code, and show me if these are, for example, released objects, or if I'm using tables that are not allowed anymore. And I get a summary. Then next would be, okay, now create a plan how to actually convert this to a RAP-based application that can be used in Fiori. So similar to the clean core summary, it gives me an overview, step by step. Of course, this is a summary. It would be more elaborate if you want more details, of course. But it's a step-by-step instructions for the agent how to actually convert your program. Now that we have our plan and our report, we can execute this plan. As most of you are probably familiar, doing a RAP-based program, we generate CDS views. We generate behavior definitions, service definitions, service bindings, and so on. If there's more, it would also generate all of this. And it's not just code as in a file, it can also generate all of these object types directly in Eclipse by the integration with the ADT. Once we have everything created, we can run our program and we actually get a Fiori app out of this. So this is again a real example. I did not write a single line of code here. I did get my Fiori app. You can actually click on the line items of the table and you get the header details. But there's something missing. My line items are not actually here. So is this really the final result or what's actually happening? Like you could ask, is this a problem of the tool? Like why did it not generate everything? But you also have to understand that prompting and working with an AI assistant is an iterative process. You typically don't get everything at the first step. Because also if you do that, an AI agent tends to make more mistakes if it has to do too much at the same time. So we want to do small steps. Since the line items are missing, I can just go back to Amazon Q and ask it, okay, I've noticed the line items are missing, please add them for me. Again, English, natural language, I don't have to write the code. And then next step, it actually generates them for me. So this hopefully gives you an idea of how to work with the Amazon Q developer, the capabilities of the ABAP accelerator with the integration in the ABAP test cockpit to make sure that the code is always syntactically correct, that it follows your guidelines that you have set in the ATC checks, and also adheres to SAP's clean core guidelines. Like, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. If SAP has already given us the guidelines that we should adhere to, we can just use them. Now for a context switch, hope everybody's still with me. We will talk about clean core assessment. So for now, I've just shown you like single programs that are getting assessed for the clean core readiness, but typically you have thousands of those. And then doing each of these manually in Eclipse is not the way to go. That is why I want to introduce to you the clean core assessment with Kiro CLI. But since I've seen earlier that almost no one has ever heard of Kiro, I want to give you a quick overview of what that actually is. So Kiro CLI is nothing than a command line interface tool that lives locally on your machine. Those of us familiar with Unix or that have a Mac probably have worked with a terminal before, and Kiro is just a tool living in that terminal. So it doesn't have a fancy user interface, but it also doesn't really need it, because that's not what it was made to do. It lives locally on your machine, meaning it also has access to your local files. So if you want to interact with anything that you have done on your hard drive, whether that's your Excel reports, PowerPoint presentations, or your emails, it can do that. Kiro supports customizable agents. So if you want to have a general purpose agent for your everyday work, that's fine. But you also would have more specialized agents, for example, for this clean core assessment that I'm about to show you, or for prepping you for customer meetings, or getting you ready for a technical review. You can have a different agent that has a different knowledge base, different capabilities, different set of MCP server integrations, and you can have as many of those as you want, and they can also talk to each other. We have session persistence, similar to Amazon Q, so if you don't get everything done in one session or one workday, you can just continue on the next day. We have MCP support, as I've mentioned. You can have, similar to Amazon Q, actually the Amazon Q and Kiro CLI MCP server configuration is shared, so they use the same config file. We have a skills system, which is a way to add prompts to your context that are getting loaded dynamically to not pollute your session, your context window too much if you don't need the prompts in that instance. And we also support a headless mode, which you can use if you want to run whatever your agents are supposed to do without any kind of interaction with the user. And that will come into effect for the clean core assessment. So I've mentioned that you have typically thousands of objects in your SAP system that you need to assess for clean core readiness, and you don't want to do that individually. So we have produced a number of agents that you can use to help you with this. The first one is a discovery agent that is analyzing the reports that come from your SAP system that hopefully most of you are already running if you haven't transitioned yet, to figure out what code is actually still used. Because we have seen numbers up to 50% of custom code that is just not used anymore because it was written at some point, it was used a few years, and it's just not used anymore. Now, of course, why would you actually want to use or spend development time on those unused code fragments if you can just retire them? And since that is such a big part of your code base, you want to make sure that you can eliminate as much work as possible. Next, we will go through all the remaining, meaning relevant custom objects, and first do a documentation. Similar to what we have seen in the Amazon Q demo, we will document it from a technical standpoint and also from a business standpoint. So we know actually technically what is happening in this program, but also who is working with this and what business problem is it solving. Next, we have the actual classification. So similar also to the demo I've shown, Kiro will go through every single code object or data structure and classify it according to the clean core levels. Again, specifying SAP clean core guidelines directly. And lastly, although this is out of scope for now, you could also have an automatic conversion. Now for simple checks, for example, if you have a select statement that needs an order by, those things can be automated, but more complex transitions or more complex conversions, like the RUB-based example I've shown you before, those still need developer interaction. So maybe in the future we get there. Like again, 1 year ago this was probably impossible. Who knows what we will be able to do next year. But right now this is not in scope. Now I want to give you a short overview of how the agent actually works. We have 3 phases basically. The first phase is the initialization. We will first verify if the SAP system is actually reachable, because we are talking to SAP directly. None of the code will be loaded into your local machine. It will all still reside on the SAP machine and just use the ABAP test cockpit. So we need a live connection, of course. Then next, we will search for the custom objects in the package that you specify. Of course, you could also specify more than one package. It's just a logical unit for now is one package that typically has dozens or hundreds of objects. And then we filter for those object types that are actually supported by the ABAP test cockpit. The result of this first phase is then a discovery file. That is just a list of everything that was in this package that you're analyzing, including the information, what object type is it actually, and also prepare a progress file where for every single object that is supposed to be analyzed, we have a progress report. So in case this agent will crash or the context window overflows or your workday ends or whatever, it can just resume because it already has a persistent progress file on your local hard disk. That, of course, you could also check into a repository if you want to centralize this. Then the next phase, the actual batch processing loop, will for every single object in the progress file run an ATC check against the clean core guidelines by SAP. The result, of course, is the classification of the clean core level, as well as a findings report that goes into very detailed view of what exactly it is that it found, how to remediate those issues, and also give you suggestions maybe for performance improvements, similar to what we've seen in the documentation. Currently, this is configurable after every 3 objects. The progress file is saved to your disk. So that means, again, if anything should happen to your agent execution, typically these are context windows limitations, because context windows are still limited these days. But Kiro actually works with this. If it realizes the context window is about to overflow, it will summarize the conversation up to that point and tell basically the next iteration of this agent to read the progress file and continue the operation. So in a way that no human actually needs to overview this. Phase 3 is then the completion. We get a summary report that is basically just a table that shows exactly which or how many programs are in which level, and finalize the discovery file, meaning it marks everything as completed. So if another developer, for example, runs the same package again, and you check this into a central repository, then the agent will already realize, oh, this has already been done and I don't need to do it again. So this is in a nutshell what the clean core assessment would do as a process. Okay. We have 5 different agents in this agent framework that all work independently. The first one is a throwback to the process that I've shown before. We have the unused code discovery agent that basically goes through the reports generated by your SAP transactions like SUSG, SCMON, and marks files as unused and thereby skips the clean core assessment and documentation. Then we have the custom code documenter that goes through the exact same process that I've just shown before for the clean core assessment. It's just the business purpose is a different one. So here we document the code instead of analyzing it. Then the ATC checker, that's exactly the one we've seen in the previous slide, goes through all the custom objects, classifies into the clean core levels A to D. Next, we have a business function mapper that goes through the reports that were produced by the ATC checker and enriches those findings with business context. Because you might ask, okay, now I have, let's say, 20,000 objects that are not clean. Which ones do I look at first? And then if you go to your, let's say, your business managers and ask them what should we prioritize, you could already show them with the business function enhancements which segments these belong to. Like, is it finance? Is it consulting? Is it controlling? Is it materials management? And maybe you want to focus on one of these. So this gives you more information to prioritize what you should focus on first. And last but not least, we have a general purpose ABAP accelerator, the one I've shown you within Eclipse. If you already want to automate some of the findings, for example, you could generate a script that goes through all the select statements and introduces the order by clause as you need it now, or develop anything else. So this is something that we also offer. Maybe in the future, I'm not sure yet what's exactly on the roadmap. We will include, or we will try and get an automated fix for the remediations that we have suggested. But again, that's probably like future scope. Hopefully I don't know if we get there or not, but that's, I guess, the long-term goal. Now, if any of you is interested in actually trying all of this out, there's lots of QR codes on this slide, so I would implore you to take a picture of this, and you can then scan this in after the sessions or next week maybe. So all of these tools offer a free tier. So if you want to try them out, there's a free tier available. Just have a look at it. And of course, if you want to know more, you can also obviously contact myself or my colleague. We're happy to talk to you about all of this. Still some people taking pictures, so I'm quickly waiting. All right. So just to give you a short wrap up, what we have actually seen today, I showed you the Amazon Generative AI Stack. Again, our 3 tiers: physical infrastructure, managed services for models and agents, and then the application layer. We have seen the ABAP Accelerator, our MCP server for the Amazon Q Developer, a plugin for Eclipse. And I've also shown you the Agentic Clean Core assessment with the QCLI agents. So I really implore you to all try this, give it a try. I know most of you, or almost everyone, has not heard of Cura before. Just have a look at the QR codes and try it out. You can probably come up with a clean core assessment in half a day. If you want to connect with us in other events, there's the VNSG event this Thursday, where I will also be attending. So if anyone is coming to close to Utrecht, I don't want to pronounce this name. I'm sorry. I am German, but this is still, how I would pronounce it is not how this town is called. But anyway, there's the VNSG event this Thursday, so you can find us there. Otherwise, we also have our own AWS Summit in Amsterdam at the RAI on May 27th, which is a free customer event. Just register. The registration is not open yet, but it should open any day now. Just register, come and say hi. I will also be there if you have any questions. If you do have any questions, I know we have this vendor panel later today, but you can also feel free to ask now. Sure. Do we get a... Yeah.
Thanks a lot for this presentation. First question is, how good is this for the S/4HANA on-premise as such? That's the first question. And the second question is, how is it really different when it compares to the SAP Joule for developers, a direct offering from SAP, also more or less in the same space?
Yes. Okay, let me first start. Your first question was how it is for S4 on-premise. Since this does not need any kind of internet connectivity, you can just use it in your own network. So the SAP system, if it doesn't have internet connectivity, is still reachable. It just needs to be on the same network. But then you can use QDeveloper, you can use QCLI agents. Is that what your question is going to? Yes, of course they can use it, yes. I mean, for example, I know that for the clean core assessment, SAP has also their own tools that live in their cloud. For that, you need to have a cloud connector that connects to these. This is our solution can run in your own network and doesn't need internet connectivity. Which also brings me to the second question. Yes, of course, SAP has their own Joule developer offerings, but they typically either require RISE, that you need to be already in the new world, and they do not support or they have limited support for ECC solutions. So especially for the transition from the old world to the new world, SAP support is not the best. That's where we try and fill that market or that niche with, of course, our other competitors. But it really allows you to already work in the old world to come to the new world. Of course, once you are in the new world, you can use both. Like Joule gives you integration for your business processes, whereas Amazon Q you can still use for your development and your documentation, for example.
Stefan, could you please put the QR codes again up so people can make a picture?
Hi Stefan, Marcel here. A very nice presentation. Thank you so much. I have two questions. First question, what's SAP feeling about your solution? And second question, how many big projects did you really apply your framework here?
Okay, first question. We actually had a sync with SAP about exactly that question earlier this year, where the basic sentiment was, we are not competing because, again, SAP has very limited support for ECC. So the short answer is go for it, is what they said. So we are not competing, SAP is fine with this. The second, I will have to go through customer references, how many customers we actually have. I don't know from the top of my head. I know that Booking.com is one of our biggest customers. They use it already in-house, but I would have to go through more details.
Ignore my t-shirt, I'm asking just as a listener. Very nice session indeed, so I can just confirm in Booking we are following this all four tools. They seem very promising. And my question is, are you planning to support more native features in Eclipse as the IDE? Because indeed we can see that all agents like Kiro, Claude, wherever, they deliver also quite nice extensions for Visual Studio Code, for example, for Monaco. But for Eclipse, our functionality is limited. So we only have some web fetch, change file, read file. But we cannot, for example, trigger some certain functions inside the development tools itself. So for example, you mentioned the test cockpit, right? It is not just possible to ask currently Amazon Q saying, hey, run a unit test for me or run ATC checks, because it will say, I don't know what are the tools. It says, you do it yourself. And for that, we need to have some kind of MCP server. But the MCP server currently is a community, and you already showed a list of MCP servers which are different and kind of enthusiasts developed. But are you planning as the vendor also to come with your own either internal tool in the agent or your own MCP server, which will allow to trigger those operations somehow in ADT or just as a
Okay,
CLI?
then maybe I wasn't clear enough. The ABAP accelerator that I've shown is actually our own MCP server that supports exactly what you are asking. It can generate unit tests, it can also run them directly in ATC and show you the results, and it can also activate source code, for example. So maybe let's connect afterwards and we can talk about this. But yes, that's exactly what the ABAP accelerator does. It is our AWS offering for exactly those use cases.
can we also use the ABAP accelerator outside of the Keyro's CLI?
Yes, anything that supports MCP support, you can configure it, yes. It's just a normal MCP server.
Thank you so much. What are the authorization controls in this, especially when you said for clean core assessment, you need to connect to the SAP environment to read all the files. So how is this connection established and how is it maintained in a secure manner?
Okay, there are multiple ways to actually deploy the MCP server. The first one is locally. In this case, it will run in a Docker container where the actual AI agent will never see the credentials because they are just loaded into the Docker container. But if you, of course, need heightened security, we have Amazon ECS, which is our Elastic Container Service, where it runs in the cloud. That adds another layer of authentication where you have to be an AWS, need an AWS account. And if that's still not enough, there's also Agent Core, where you have like very fine controlled governance control capabilities to also map the AWS users to your SAP users to really give the least privilege possible. If you're interested in more of that, I would implore you to come to our session tomorrow because they will go into details about that.
That's the final one.
Sorry, at least in the initial days of AI in SAP space, we see that open source LLMs are not that powerful for the ABAP-related code generations, right? That's where SAP is trying to come up with Joule and all that, because they know the context, they know what is the source code behind it. Yes. How is it now with your experience, or maybe from customers you heard with this your product? Is it good enough when you go for code generations, for RAP, CAP, or do you see any limitations with it?
Certainly. So I've mentioned that we use Amazon Bedrock under the hood, which hosts a lot of different models. So we have our own Amazon models. It's the Nova family, but we also support third-party vendors like Anthropic or Google. But we specifically followed Anthropic because they seem to be the de facto industry standard, and especially Claude Opus generates the best code quality. Of course, we do not have access to SAP's own models. They are proprietary. They're not open source, so we can't use them, at least not yet. But from everything that's available on the market, Claude Opus is, in our opinion, the best model out there for development. And it is generating the best quality. Whether it's production ready, that is something that you also have to evaluate for yourself. And also, of course, guide it with your coding guidelines and get it to a stage where it can actually produce production-ready code.
Okay, Stefan, thank you very much. May I have a round of applause for Stefan and its presentation of AWS?
And also, one more ask, please. If you would be so kind, there's also a QR code for a session survey. Please fill it out. And if you have any more questions, feel free to find myself, my colleague, or join the VNSG event on Thursday. Or just connect offline. That's also fine, of course. Thank you.
And also for you, the Olala Chocolat from Holland.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy them. Thank you very much, Stefan. So within, let's have a look at the program. I think it's for about 50 minutes now. We change rooms because the next presentation in here will be from Holger Bruchelt from Microsoft, and he will tell everything about Discover AI from Microsoft. So this is what is in this track, and in this other track there will be AI use cases at booking with a big group of presenters, that's the word. So in here Microsoft, in the other room booking about 12:15. All right, let's go for the next session. The next section with Holger Brugelt from Microsoft. So we had AWS, now we have Microsoft, but both are connected to SAP as well. So you're going to tell us how Copilot, Joule, and more are connected.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, welcome also from my side. Hello. For me, it's really great to be here. Actually, this morning, this was really interesting. I met a colleague or a partner that I hadn't been in touch for 20 plus years or something like that, when we at that time were talking about Duet and Duet Enterprise, the whole integration between SAP and Microsoft. And actually for me, that's exactly my journey. So I've been at SAP for almost 15 years. I've been now at Microsoft for almost 10 years, and I've always been in the integration space between SAP and Microsoft. So for me now, talking about the AI integration of Microsoft with SAP is just a beautiful continuation of what we started. At that time, I was at SAP, what we started 20 plus years ago with Duet, and now we continue to collaborate very, very closely between SAP and Microsoft. Fun fact, I'm also a tour guide in a city called Speyer, very close to the SAP headquarters in Walldorf. So I'm still there regularly, but if you are in Speyer at some point in time, shoot me a note, and then I can give you a tour about one of the oldest cities in Germany. Obviously, in this context here, feel free to ask me about anything integration related between SAP and Microsoft, and specifically, obviously now, about AI. So, and when I started, when Robert asked me to present, I thought about, well, how should I do that? What should we talk about? Should we talk about Microsoft, how Microsoft is using AI, how AI has a huge impact on how Microsoft is doing our own business? Or should I talk about becoming a frontier firm? This is one of our key topics that we are currently talk about to customers, about reinventing, reshaping, enriching the employee experience, and then also bending the curve on innovation, which obviously is a super important topic. Or should we talk about how the adoption of Microsoft tools across the ecosystem with GitHub, 180 million users, developer accounts on GitHub, or when we look at Azure or AI Foundry, Microsoft Foundry on the SAP, on the Microsoft side. So there's really a broad spectrum where we could talk about the Microsoft tools. But actually, since obviously we are here in the context of SAP, and when we talk about AI in the context of SAP, then I guess the first thing that comes to mind is Joule. So this is obviously something that SAP's AI assistant that helps you. And when SAP released Joule, I think almost 2 years ago already, one of the first things that customers asked was, well, what about Copilot? What about the integration with Copilot? And that's actually really interesting, because at that time, Christian Klein, the CEO of SAP, reached out to Satya Nadella, so our CEO from Microsoft, and they started the discussion on how can we bring these two worlds together. How can we make sure that the customer, that the employee is not forced to switch between the different user interface? Because SAP's story is very clear. Joule is the UI for AI on the SAP side. Well, Microsoft is also very clear. Copilot is the UI for AI on the Microsoft side. So what should we do now? How can we bring this together? And that was actually really interesting, because talking to some of the customers, it got also very clear that Nestle is a beautiful example there. And we had a session with them at Sapphire where Nestle was saying, look, we will use Joule. That's a fact. We will use Joule. We will roll out Joule. But if we only focus on Joule, then the adoption will be 20%. 80% of our users are using Microsoft tools. So in order to become or to make Joule successful, we have to integrate Joule in Copilot, because then we can actually release this to all our employees. And that's actually something that we did. So over the last few months, we've been very much active in integrating Joule and Copilot, so that if you are an SAP user, if you're currently in your S/4HANA public cloud system, if you're in SuccessFactors, then you can go in there and obviously you can ask Microsoft SAP specific questions. What's the status of my sales order? What's the vacation balance or something like that? But if you now want to also ask Microsoft-related questions, you can just ask Joule, and this is something, an analogy that a colleague from SAP always comes up, but I really love it. Joule actually, like in real life, if someone asks me something about Dynamics, I have to say I have no idea. My whole life evolves around SAP. If someone asks me about Dynamics, I luckily have some good friends that I can ask, and they know about Dynamics. So then, if you ask me a question about Dynamics, I will ask them, and I will give you the answer. The very same thing is true now here for the Joule and Copilot integration. If you ask Joule a question about Microsoft, Joule has no idea, but Joule has a friend, Copilot, and Copilot knows all about the Microsoft world, can look up the relevant information and reply or provide this information then back to the Joule user. Obviously, the same is true on the Microsoft side. If you are in Copilot, if you are in Teams, if you receive an email, if you work on a Word document or something like that, and now you want to know something on the SAP side, then Copilot can just ask Joule. Joule connects to the SAP system, fetches the relevant information, and provides the answer directly in the user interface of your choice. So in order to show you how this looks like, and I have lots of live demos, and I hope they work, but the presentation was AI that actually works, so great. Someone is calling me. In order to actually show you that it really works, I want to show you live demos. And here I'm in Copilot, so for example, and unfortunately I only have this headset, so I have to type with one hand. So I can interact now obviously with Copilot. I can ask a question, but if I want to know something about SAP, I can just @mention Joule. So I guess you're very familiar with the @mentioning concept, that if you want to ping someone, a specific person, I @mention Joule, and now I can say here, show me my, there it is, this is much easier, my vacation balance, for example. Now, Copilot can now interact with Joule. Joule obviously has, in this specific case, access to SuccessFactors, fetches the relevant information, and in a second we'll see the answer from Joule here in Copilot. Now, this not only works in Copilot. While this is waiting, let me switch over here to Teams, and we can come back in a second to the Copilot. I can also interact with Joule directly from Teams. So I can ask here now, give me a second. So I want to go on vacation tomorrow. So now it's not only retrieving information, like what's the vacation balance, but actually also taking actions in the SAP system. All of this is done using principal propagation, so we really make sure that the user who's logged on and authenticated here in Teams is also the user that will interact with the SAP system. So if this specific user here doesn't have permissions to create a leave request, then the user will not be able. Or the other way around, if I'm now actually, so you can see this is a vacation, this is March 10th, this is also good, looks all good. Now I submit, then obviously this leave request will also be created in my user context. So all from a compliance perspective, from an auditing perspective, all of this is obviously taken care of. So Joule is now creating this leave request, and hopefully in a second we'll get the answer from Joule that the leave request has been created. So the leave is now awaiting approval from my manager. Obviously, the manager is defined in the SAP system. I can now also synchronize this to okay, one small click. Then I can also synchronize this to Outlook. So here for tomorrow, I can create a blocker in my Outlook, and now the leave request is already blocked, for example, in Outlook. Obviously, this is not only limited to Copilot, and hopefully here, for example, okay. So this is not only limited in Teams, but also, for example, in Word. So think of a scenario where I'm writing my mid-year review or something like that. So I already have a Word document open, but now I need to know, well, what were actually the goals that we have defined, that I have defined with my manager last year or something like that. So again, directly from Word, from the Copilot pane, I can ask here, what are the goals we defined in SuccessFactors? So what are the goals that we defined in SuccessFactors? And now Copilot, using Joule, connects to my SuccessFactors system and fetches the relevant information for my goals, which then obviously I can use to continue writing here my Word documents. Whose goal do you want to view? Mine. So and now hopefully Joule knows now the context, and Joule hopefully provides me with the answer of the goals that we have defined in the SuccessFactors system. So while this is still working, obviously this would work in OneNote, this would work in PowerPoint, this would work in Excel, and so on. Okay, well, theoretically, you would see here the goals from SuccessFactors, and then I could just interact with the information from Joule with my Word document. So this is how the integration between Joule and Copilot actually looks like. As mentioned, this is already general available. So this is something that you can use in production. And actually, we released this in December, probably the worst month to release a product, because everyone is on vacation. But actually, we were super surprised how successful this integration is. We have hundreds, obviously I cannot release the full name, we have hundreds of customers that are currently implementing, that are interested in this integration, and that we can really see are implementing this integration. So I think this clearly shows there's a huge demand for this Joule and Copilot integration. So if you are interested in this, there's lots of documentation, you can easily get started. There's a free tier both from or I don't know the official, it's probably not called a free tier, but a cost-included version for Joule. There's a free tier version of Copilot Chat that you can use, so it's really, really easy to get started. Now, with this out-of-the-box integration, we also obviously got already some feedback from preview customers. And the feedback was, look, what about Joule Studio? What about Copilot Studio? Can we also integrate those? And that's actually something where we said, yeah, of course, let's build and extend this scenario. And I still don't have an official slide, but this is a presentation where Philipp Herzig, the CTO of SAP, was talking about the agent gateway. So we already heard before about the A2A protocol, the agent-to-agent protocol. And that's actually something where we, Microsoft, are very closely working again with SAP to make this happen. Yes, A2A is an open standard. It's part of from the Linux Foundation, so everyone can adopt it, but you know the devil is in the detail. So in order to make sure that the authentication works out of the box, that supportability, that the integration in the different SAP management tools and Microsoft management tools are all taken care of, that's where we are working very, very closely with SAP right now to make sure that the A2A protocol, the integration via the A2A protocol works out of the box immediately between SAP and the Microsoft side. So with this, agent integration. Let's actually take a look at how Microsoft, how we are doing this. Because actually you might know Microsoft is a huge SAP customer. We have been a customer of SAP for almost 30 years or something like that. And if you look at our landscape, we have a lot of SaaS solutions from SAP. We are a SuccessFactors customer. We are using IBP. We are using Ariba. We are using Concur. We also have a lot of systems that are already running on S4HANA. We have systems that are running RISE on S4HANA. So we have a broad spectrum. But the thing is, our main system is still an ECC system. We are in the process of migrating this ECC system to S4HANA. But as probably some of you know, migrating a legacy SAP system with probably millions of lines of custom code takes some time, because it's not only the code conversion. I mean, that's something, and I'll talk about this in a second, that's something that we have already automized, but it's also about what are all the interfaces, what are all the connections to external systems. So this is a huge project, and again, this is the core, this is the heart of the Microsoft business, our ECC system. So we cannot lightly say, yeah, let's give it a try, let's just migrate, do the conversion to S4HANA. So this is a huge project that we are doing. So and in order to address this, we had a few challenges. One thing is obviously, how do we get AI, the support AI for the business user perspective, into the ECC system? How can we make sure that business users that do not connect to a SuccessFactors system, but connect to our ECC system, how can they also benefit from AI? That was one thing. And also then, how do we make sure that we get a better DevOps experience to our users? And that's actually where a few years ago, we started a process where our SAP team at Microsoft looked at, well, how is the world outside of our SAP system doing development, doing DevOps with their systems? And at Microsoft, we have a tool called Azure DevOps, so that's the name. And the idea was, well, look, instead of having very custom built or very specific, a plethora of different tools helping us in our release process with SAP, let's consolidate all of this in the same way that the rest of Microsoft is doing this. And that's where we implemented ADO, Azure DevOps, as the central guiding tool basically to help us in our release process. This resulted in a scenario where we connected basically all the source code, all the ABAP code into, in the end, Azure DevOps or a GitHub repo. And that was really a very, very defining moment a few years ago for us, because now that the ABAP code was outside of the SAP system, we could do a lot of interesting things. We very early on experimented with how can we use AI on this ABAP code that is now outside of the SAP system. So without the danger of breaking anything in the SAP, how can we add additional security checks? How can we work on the documentation? How can we also, for example, help in our migration process? So from an ECC system into an S/4HANA. And because the code was not locked down in the SAP system, we now had a lot of flexibility. And also, like once a year, we have a hackathon at Microsoft where the whole company can spend 1 week to hack on certain projects. Now that the ABAP code was outside of the SAP system, all of a sudden we had a lot of developers with their AI background as well who started to play around with what you can actually do with ABAP. Obviously, there are typically then teams where an AI developer works together with an SAP person, but that's where a lot of interesting thing happens, where very early on we saw, well, look, we can actually document a lot of things that the colleague from AWS was talking about before. That's something that we are living already for a few years now, where we really have these processes embedded in our overall DevOps projects. Some of the things that we've seen is really in the development side, on the development side, that we have automatic code reviews, that we have automatic AI-driven security checks, that we have code generation, and I'll talk about the code generation in a second. So it's really across the board. We saw an amazing growth of new ideas, how we can actually implement additional steps in our DevOps processes. The cool thing is that we could really play around and learn, and only once a certain step established itself that, yes, this is really working, this is something that makes sense and brings value, then we officially integrated this in the pipeline. So this is a quick detour, or this was a quick detour on how we as Microsoft are using SAP and AI technologies. When we looked at the end user, at the business user, I told you our ECC system was not able to obviously use Joule. And that's where we started, well, what other interfaces do we have? And obviously OData is one of these interfaces. And we started to play around, well, what can we do now with AI and OData services? And one thing that we found is that LLMs are actually pretty good when it comes to OData. So the idea was to give our end users access to an SAP system via Teams, very much like what I showed you in Joule, but obviously also for an ECC system. And what we did is, so we have a low-code tool called Joule, not Joule Studio, Copilot Studio, very much like Joule Studio. And the idea is that now I can ask here a question. show me 7 sales orders. And now what the LLM, what we realized, or what we saw is, the LLM is now able to understand this specific question, translate this very specific question into an OData query. So it finds what is actually the actual OData service that is relevant to return here sales orders. And it's also able to generate the actual entity type and the query parameters to look up the data live in the SAP system. This is something that you can do like that. There's really nothing to this. The LLMs, and yeah, here we get the answer, nicely rendered. And now, for example, I could ask, what can you tell me about this specific customer here? And now again, the LLM, and I'll take a look at the LLMs in a second. The LLM hopefully understands that now we are not talking about sales orders anymore. Now we are talking about business partners or customers, but this means business partners. So it's able to say, well, now I need to call another API. Now I need to call the business partner API. And the business partner has an entity called a business partner. We now want this specific one. And it goes even further and says, now let's do some expands and take additional information for this specific OData service. So there we go. It's now rendered. I have some additional information on this specific customer. So the way how this is done is really, we just call the OData service. We have the LLMs, and GitHub Copilot provides you with a number of LLMs that you can select. I'm using here Claude Opus at the moment, but I could also take one of the GPT models. So this is a very, very easy, or this was a very easy way for us, for our Microsoft Teams to connect to an SAP system and immediately get some answers. Yes, we were very cautious at the beginning. We didn't do any write operations. We are just using this to fetch in information. But actually, we heard there are often the questions. You get an email from a customer. Where's my sales order? What's the status of the purchase order? What's in stock for this specific material? Very simple questions. But instead of opening up the SAP GUI or in a Fiori screen, you just ask the question in Teams, for example, because that's where you actually got the question from a colleague or something. You ask then the specific OData service and you immediately get an answer back. So this is what we very early on saw. Well, this is actually pretty cool. This works pretty well. But can we do questions afterwards? Yeah. Then the next thing, and we talked about this already a few times, then the Model Context Protocol came around. And MCP, the Model Context Protocol, actually standardized. Very much like OData is also an open standard, actually from SAP and Microsoft and IBM currently. But the MCP protocol basically brought a lot of additional standardization in the way how agents can interact with backend information. And actually, for example, Joule Studio also supports MCP. So you can easily use Joule Studio and connect it to an MCP server. So the question is, how do we get these MCP servers? And then I think that this is already over a year ago, my colleague Alice, and we'll talk about her a few more times, developed the OData MCP bridge. The OData MCP bridge actually wraps an OData service into, or multiple OData services into an MCP server, and then allows us to connect from this MCP server to our SAP system. Actually, again, once I have this MCP server, this can be Copilot, but this can be Joule, this can be any other MCP client. So it really provides me with a lot of flexibility to connect. One of these MCP servers, one of these MCP clients is actually GitHub Copilot. So now it's getting a little more complicated. So in here, for example, I have now one MCP server here. You probably know the GW sample service. It's an OData service from SAP that helps you to get familiar with OData. So I've enabled a GW sample service. So very similar like before. I can now just ask a question about sales orders. So very much like what I showed you before in Copilot or in Copilot Studio, now we are executing the same question in GitHub Copilot, in Visual Studio Code. And you can see I'm asking the question, it finds the relevant tool of this specific MCP server. It says, look, the question was, give me 5 sales orders, so it immediately noticed that we need to do a top 5, and it even sorted this now by creation date. And now GitHub Copilot is connecting via this MCP server to my SAP system. Now, obviously, I can ask additional question. I can say here, show me details about this sales order. And now again, GitHub Copilot uses the MCP server, this time a different tool on this MCP server, to provide me additional information about this specific sales order. And now, maybe you saw, I did not only have the GW sample MCP server enabled, but for example, I also have an M365 MCP server. So now what I can do is I can say here, send me an email about these details. Let me quickly, I need to find the name here. Yeah, something like that. And there are a few typos in there, but what I want to show you is that now GitHub Copilot is able to use another MCP server, the MCP server, to send an email. Oh, I hope that I don't need to log in. Let me see. No, I already authenticated. I think this works. So now it found out that it can now use the MCP server to send an email, and I just got the notification, so this looks good, at least on my watch. So hopefully, here it is, all about sales orders. And now we got an email with this specific sales order. So again, actually really simple, a very simple thing that I just give my MCP client, in this case GitHub Copilot, access to an MCP server connecting to an SAP system, but also an MCP server that has access to my M365s, to my emails. And I just can interact in natural language with my MCP server and then connect it, or then enable it to send an email. Again, I want to highlight, I'm doing this here in Visual Studio Code, but the idea was to show you the flexibility. I could do the very same thing in Copilot Studio. I could do the very same thing in Joule Studio. If I have an MCP client, I can just connect these MCP servers to it, and then I'm good to go. So with this MCP integration, our team at Microsoft, they said, look, okay, yeah, this is what I showed you, that we can also have OData and the Microsoft Graph. Our supply chain team at Microsoft said, look, yeah, so we know about Joule, we know about all the cool AI innovations, but again, what about us? Our supply chain system is still on ECC, so are we left out? And then they exactly used this MCP concept. They said this MCP concept gives us enough abstraction so that, for example, once we are ready, once our backend system is on S4HANA, once we are able to use the A2A protocol, that then we can simply switch the architecture behind, but we want to make sure that our end users can start today, can start benefiting from the AI integration into the supply chain system today. And this was actually really successful. This slide is already a little outdated. In the meantime, we have many more of these use cases. By the end of this year, I think they want to have 150 of these scenarios live so that their end users can really interact from Teams, from Copilot, from Word, from Excel, via Copilot with the SAP system. That's actually something that we are also presenting together with SAP. So obviously, yes, this is not yet using Joule. This is connecting directly to the SAP system, but we are making sure that we are building this in an architecture that once our backend systems are ready, once we are able to use Joule, once we are able to use this agent gateway and the A2A cards, very much like what I showed you in the very beginning, that then we can simply switch. And that's why, so this is how it really looks. So Stratus AI, that's the internal name for our implementation here. So the end user can use chat, Teams, Copilot, and whatever. And from there, well, we have a little more few things in there, but then we have this MCP abstraction layer that gives us now access to our ECC system, but also to a Dynamics or an IBP or planning systems. And now, if we would once our backend system is able to use Joule and we are able to use the agent gateway, then this would just be another box down there here with the enterprise systems. And the cool thing is that the end users, the overall architecture, so everything on the right-hand side, will not really change that much. So how can we do this, or how can you also do this in a productive way? And that's actually where it's all about building the MCP server. We can use, or you can use, this MCP bridge. That's an open source project, and the link was in the slides, and obviously you can have the slides afterwards. It's really just an install, but this is an open source project. So I'm not sure if you want to use this in production. That's why, or not necessarily that's why, but what we have on top is with Azure API management. My understanding is actually that SAP is also working on this, and this I think will also come as part of the SAP integration suite. So if you are an integration suite customer, I think this is also on the roadmap. But here now, obviously, since it's not yet available, I'm showing you the Azure API management integration, where I have all my APIs now defined here, and obviously, using an API management is always good when accessing to the SAP system, because you can introduce throttling, you can do quota handling, you can make sure that because in the beginning we had a few scenarios where customers started to use Copilot Studio, started to use Power Apps against an SAP system, and all of a sudden the acceptance by the users was so great that the load on the SAP system increased so dramatically that the SAP system went down. And obviously that's not something that you want. So that's, if you put an API management in between, then you can make sure that everything is throttled, so that the access, the load on the SAP system is always stays in certain boundaries, basically, with certain restrictions. And that's why it's always good to use an API management solution there. You can also do the authentication, because obviously when we connect from Copilot, from Copilot to the SAP system, we want to make sure that we are using single sign-on, principal propagation, because we want to make sure that the user who logs on to the Teams or Copilot or whatever client is the very same user that accesses the data in the SAP system, where all the roles and permissions are obviously in place. So here what we have, I have here a few APIs. Now I can just click on MCP server. This is also something that was in private preview for some time, or in preview. Now it's really GA. So what I can just do is I can say here, expose an API as an MCP server. I just select here the API, so maybe custom return. Now I select what functions do I want to expose. With a lot of customers that we are doing this, they say, well, let's start with only read-only, which makes total sense. You want to give a certain sense of security to the end users, that they know what's happening, that they're getting familiar in how this works. So you just say, for example, select only the read scenarios, whatever, you give it a name, you click on create, and then as a result, you get here an MCP server endpoint. And now we're, again, extremely flexible. Again, this endpoint can be used in Joule Studio. It can be used in any MCP client, including Copilot Studio. So I can just go in Copilot Studio and can say here, I want to connect to an MCP. I provide this very same URL that I have here in API management. I give it a name. Maybe I do some authentication. I click on create, and then I can interact from Copilot Studio, then, or obviously from any, from Teams, from Outlook, from wherever I deploy this project, and then I can again ask my questions. So this time I took 10 sales orders, and now you can see the MCP is selected automatically. Here we see the entity from sales order set has been selected. We are requesting 10 entries, and I get the sales orders back from the SAP system. Again, I could now also ask about business partners and whatever, but this is really something where you can see how easy it is to get started with integrating Copilot with your SAP systems using MCP. Good, so this was all the end user view, and this is really something that we see with a lot of customers already. Now I want to do a step back and switch sides and actually talk about development. And I want to start, now let's see if this is working. So this is actually a demo that was developed by my colleague Alice, completely in ABAP. So this is those of you who are a little older that know still the old demo scene from Atari or Amiga days. And this is all running natively in ABAP in your SAP system. Now this is already great, but the really cool thing is, and let me stop this now. Actually, F3, go back. The really cool thing is that Alice developed this all using vibe coding. And very much like what we saw before, this is all open source. So I really, really hope that after this call, or this time it's not a call, it's a presentation. After this presentation, you go to the vibing steampunk site from Alice. Actually, again, the cool thing is this is open source. She has already some contributors. There are a lot of issues. You can see there are a lot of forks. There are a lot of stars. So this is a super successful project, I would say. It's very easy to get started. She even created now here some guides to get started, how to set up the project and so on. And that's actually now something that I want to show you, because this is truly absolutely amazing. So what I do is I'll start with Copilot. I'm using the Copilot CLI. Obviously, I could also use this in Visual Studio Code or in other clients. Now what I want to do is I want to ask a natural language. We heard before about documenting. So I'm just asking here, the amazing Alice has developed a classic 80s scene demo. Find the report and tell me more about it. So really showing I have no clue in which package it is, has it been developed, what classes were used, where is it in the SAP system. But because VSP, the vibe coding steampunk, the solution from Alice that she has developed, is using ADT, the ABAP development tools, to connect to the SAP system. And now the cool thing is, this tool has access to everything on the SAP stack. So it can really drill down, and you can see actually how it's working, how it's trying to find step by step, connecting, finding issues and so on. Here, this is absolutely incredible. It comes back from in this case, Claude Opus. So oh, it's actually done already because I probably ran it just before. But what I wanted to show is, so this can take some time, and then it provides you with some nice overviews of actually what has been happening, what happened. I then also ask her, for example, or ask Claude to create me an MD file as an overview, just to show you. So I can also get some nice documentation, some architecture diagrams. Again, let's pretend I had no idea what she developed. But by just asking this very, very generic question, the amazing Alice, Claude was able, or in this case, Copilot using Claude was able to connect to my SAP system and then fetch the relevant information. Now, but the cool thing is, it's not only about documenting. I can also, and typically I wanted to type this, but I'm just now going back to here. I can also say here, build me an OData service with RAP based on exposing sales order information. So again, for those of you who know, if you are on an ECC system or if you're an S4HANA system, yes, there's the API Business Hub, which documents a lot of APIs from SAP, which is great. But actually, if you look at some of the APIs, they're sometimes too broad. They have too much information. I don't need this for my use case, for example. So what I did is, and this is really some of the scenarios that I used, I'm just saying, look, I need a new OData service. That, and I could drill this down, obviously, that provides me only with sales order information. And now the LLM is again going out and looking at, well, do I have access to the SAP system? What services are there? What is RAP? What can I do? How can I create this? And so on. And you can see it's starting to create these services. This can take some time, but I've run this before. And now, for example, these were the artifacts that were created by the LLM. Again, I mean, yeah, you can see it's still running. Maybe it will finish by the time I'm done talking, but these are the objects that were automatically created by the LLM. I didn't write one single line of code. The only thing that I had to do, and actually it's telling me, the OData service has been created, but now I need to create the service binding. So it actually tells me to go in Eclipse, and the only thing that I did here, I activated the service, and I clicked on publish, and that was it. With these results, I'm getting here this OData service. And you can see basic functionalities are there. If something is missing, I would go back to the CLI and tell the vibe coding, look, there's something missing, please add these functionalities. So this is something, and again, this is open source. You can use this today. Go home after this session or in the evening and then install it. Yeah, not after the session, in the evening. And give it a try. This is absolutely amazing what is possible. And again, because this is using ADT, it has an understanding of your SAP system. You can even ask it to follow naming conventions that you have in place there in the SAP system. So this is one thing, but it gets even better. And let me start here a new Copilot session, because the other one is still running. So you can see here, it takes some time. I mean, you can see here, it's currently creating here this ZR sales order item. So it's still working on the OData service. Here, apparently now so it's still working. But what I can also do is I can also ask it to create, here, build a RAP application. So now I want to have not only your data service, I really want to have a Fiori application. And again, I'm just typing this in natural language. The Copilot and LLM is now trying to make sense of this input, basically. So it actually, you just saw me, I started a completely new session, so it needs to see, do I even have access to the SAP system? So it's working on it. You can see it's checking the ABAP system. What can I do? Can I actually do something with this? Actually, here, this is quite interesting. The system is on a non-HANA database, which is actually not true. But you will see in a second that it understood, oh no, I made a mistake. It is actually running on HANA. So because I saw this very issue before. But you can really see how it's trying, like a developer, trying things out, finding issues, finding workarounds, and then creating the service. And then as a result, I get obviously the OData service. So I did this for the profit center, as you saw. So I'm getting an OData service, but I'm also getting here a full-fledged Fiori applications. I can filter, I can sort, I can get here the list of the profit centers, I can drill down, I get some overviews. And all of this was really just created by writing a natural language prompt. So again, I can only encourage you, give it a try. It's absolutely amazing how powerful this is. The only thing I should have maybe shown you, I've here configured my system is a PM4 system, or it's called PM4. We're connecting here, and this specific service then has certain tools. All of these tools are getting installed by this open source project, and then you can immediately start interacting with your SAP system. So looking at the time, let me just wrap this up. Okay. I mean, we will. Come on. Anyways, so I hope I could show you how actually, first of all, the Joule and Copilot integration is actually working, how you can immediately get started, how you can use MCP and OData services to create integrations with Copilot, how you can also use VSP or the vibe coding steampunk to really interact with your SAP system, to develop things there. It's absolutely amazing. Yes, not everything is working, but that's why it's also an open source project. If you find an issue, go in there, create an issue, or create a pull request. It's amazing, and the feedback that we are getting, that Alice, I mean, all the credit goes to Alice here. It's absolutely amazing what you can do there. So take a look, explore, play with it, and provide feedback. Thank you so much.
Within the speed you're talking, I assume you have a lot of other things to tell us, but unfortunately,
Next time.
Next time, of course. But you will still be here, so everybody
Yes.
can ask their questions during lunch or during this day to Holger. And also for you, Holger, one of the oh la la chocolat from the Netherlands.
I love
Thank you
chocolate.
very, very much for
Thank
your
you so much.
enthusiastic presentation.
Thank you.
Holger. So for now, we're heading for lunch, 1 hour, and the lunch is not in here. So unfortunately, you have to stand up and walk outside, and there you will provided the lunch. After an hour, we will be back again. On track A, we will be in here. On track B, we will on the other side. Please look at the program and find the one you are looking for. Just have a good lunch. See you later. So let's move on with the next presentation. But before we start with the next presentation, I got a couple of times the question, do we get the presentations? Well, no, you don't get them. But we are going to ask every presenter if he can provide us the presentation, and then you can get them by yourself from the website. So it's not a push, but you have to pull it yourself. But I can't promise that everyone will share their presentation. Some will, some don't. So the next presenters are, well, we actually have some advocates in the house. So, and it's not just, these are special advocates. They are developer advocates. So let's see what Nora and Kevin will have to share with us when we want to discover AI from SAP. The floor is yours.
We haven't checked the mic before, so.
Hey.
Hello, everybody. Well, welcome to our session today, Discover AI from SAP. My name is Kevin. I'm a developer advocate with SAP, part of the developer relations team at SAP. So our job is basically, and I'm going to skip ahead so you see that, we help developers be successful. So our job is introducing you to all the technologies at SAP, not only AI, but the whole technology portfolio. And we're mainly engaging with the community on technical topics, doing mostly hands-on enablement, and also presentation sometimes on strategy, but mainly developer topics. And before we dive into the topic, I just wanted to introduce some of the activities we do, because I think you can benefit from that if you don't know these activities yet. So one is the SAP Community Escape House. So that's a way where we bring the newest and latest technology to you in a monthly manner. So each and every month in the year, leading up to TechEd, we have a different topic, and there's a challenge, and it's going to be free, and you can try out different technologies there. So in April, if you're interested in code-based agents, we're going to provide you a landscape and an infrastructure to test out writing code-based agents at SAP. So very interesting program. Also, we have a developer YouTube channel. We started building that YouTube channel up during COVID because we couldn't travel, because usually we're in a room with people. So we started building content on there. It's free, so leverage it, save it, and go there if you're interested in all sorts of different SAP technologies. Also, I just wanted to introduce you to the SAP Code Jams. SAP Code Jams are community-driven events like the ones we have on Wednesday. They get usually requested by someone from the community, and they just host that Code Jam, so they have to provide a room and a little bit of lunch, and then we come there for free and do a full day hands-on workshop with you. So pretty cool program. If you're interested in AI topics at SAP, those are all the AI code jams we have available. You don't have to take a picture of there. We're going to provide the slides later as well, with all the links in there as well. Then I just wanted to quickly introduce Devtoberfest. So who knows Devtoberfest? Everybody, so I can stop talking, okay. So as you know, this is a virtual event leading up to TechEd. It's actually called Devtoberfest by SAP TechEd. It used to be just Devtoberfest, but then it was so successful that the SAP TechEd brand kind of swallowed us up, and now we are Devtoberfest by SAP TechEd. It's going to happen usually around September timeframe, as I said, a month before TechEd. And just to show you a little bit of an insight how our life looks like, this is us at SAP TechEd. So we're doing the developer keynote, we're doing community speaking, we're mentoring speakers there, we do demos, and we engage with the community in general. But enough talk about us. Let's dive right in. So SAP Business AI. SAP, what is happening? There you go. SAP Business AI. It's great. Thank you. Can you stay there? Apparently not. All right. Let me just quickly fix this. There you go. See, we're professionals. SAP Business AI. So the beginning of SAP Business AI, you need an entry point in our AI portfolio and using our AI technologies. And you've probably heard that a couple of times in the past and maybe already today in some of the talks, is Joule. Joule is our version of Copilot, basically. Joule is a client which lives in the S4 solutions, which lives in Joule for Consultants, but also in SAP Build. So it's your entry point of building AI solutions, but also as an end user using S4 to leverage the power of Joule to do your business work on a day-to-day basis, right? And to do that, Joule is using different AI assistants and agents in the background to coordinate between all the different SAP solutions. And the foundation of all of this is called AI Foundation. So AI Foundation basically provides you the infrastructure, and the infrastructure for Joule as well, to leverage all the AI capabilities built into AI Foundation. And if you want to build a custom AI solution and deploy it on BTP, like an agent scenario or an application, you are going to leverage AI Foundation as well, because AI Foundation has everything built in. It has the runtime built in, it has routing capabilities, security, privacy, LLM access of all our partner models. So as you can see, we have that little bar down there with Anthropic and AWS and Google Cloud and Meta and so on. So we are providing you all these LLMs through AI Foundation so you can leverage them in your custom applications as well. And now I'm trying to jump back into the presentation. Boop. Let's do it. Yeah, great. Now it's just skipping through it. Okay. So as you can see, AI Foundation is providing you capabilities through Joule Studio and SAP Build to build your agents to extend Joule. So if you have custom scenarios, you can build your own agents and plug them into Joule as well. You can use Generative AI Hub to access all these different LLMs, to administer your AI applications, your workflows, and really productize AI at scale, right? And SAP Document AI allows you to consume different types of documents through Generative AI Hub and Joule and your custom applications. And what is AI without data? Well, nothing. That's the reason why we have SAP HANA Cloud. And SAP HANA Cloud, as you know, is a great database in memory for storing different types of data, but it's also our vector engine. So if you have a RAG case, you can vectorize information and store it in the SAP HANA Cloud vector engine as well. A cool thing about Generative AI Hub is that it is providing the orchestration service. And the orchestration service allows you to build AI workflows from grounding over prompt templating, over orchestrating different RAG flows, and so forth, plugging into LLMs, and so on. And to build your custom solutions, we have SDKs built, and they are basically wrappers around LangChain APIs, and they're allowing you to easily integrate into the SAP ecosystem, right? And these frameworks and SDKs are available for all the major languages. So we have Python, JavaScript, ABAP, and Java. So pick your language and start building AI solutions there. And because we don't like presenting slides too much, I'm just diving right into a demo, and I'm trying to do this with one hand, so bear with me. But basically, what you're seeing here is SAP AI Launchpad, right? This is your application, as I said, to explore different LLMs, to interact with these LLMs, but also build orchestration workflows. And I thought it's going to be fun if I just going to show you building one of those orchestration workflows. So as you can see, we can start activating different types of modules in here. So we can do prompt templating, data masking, we can configure different models, we can do output and input translation, grounding management, and apply content filters as well. And what I've prepped here is, because we don't like doing a lot of business use cases, so we do fun stuff here. So as you can see, I've built one of those model configuration, and I've configured a system message where I define what the LLM is supposed to do. Because most of you probably know LLMs love role-playing. So it's always good to provide a role to the LLM. In this case, I'm telling it, you are a pirate on a journey to the riches in the world. Talk like a pirate. And down here, I have a user message, so I'm basically simulating, right, to test it out, simulating user input prompts. And in this case, I'm saying, my name is Kevin the Black-Bearded, and my co-captain is Nora the Fearsome. We have 2 Bridgantines with 4 cannons each, and so forth and so forth. And in the end, I'm going to ask it, give us a detailed plan and include our names on how to get those riches, right? And down here, I've applied some data masking, right? Because to comply to GDPR and other data privacy laws, we got to apply some data masking. So we're not giving any sensitive data to the LLM, even if we know that LLMs are frozen and they cannot really learn from our data. But we still have to apply to those laws, and that these laws forbid us to send out personal information to other systems. And in here, we can choose between 2 modes. We can do anonymization and pseudonymization. So anonymization basically means we're anonymizing sensitive data in an irrevertible way. So the data gets masked and it cannot be reverted back to the original form. In the business world, most of the time we want to do pseudonymization. So we're pseudonymiz, I cannot say that word, it's a horrible verb. So we're masking this, yeah, right, masking the sensitive data, going to the LLM, but as soon as it's back in our system, we unravel it back to the original form. That might come in handy if you, for example, want to create a contract or something, right, and want to fill in later on the information of a customer. And here we can define different data types. In this case, because we're only giving our names out, I just check the box for person names. And then down here, I can define the model I want to use. And what is really cool with SAP AI Launchpad is that I can see here through the model selection screen all the different models which are available through SAP, right? And as you can see, we have all the major models available to you. And the cool thing is, through the orchestration service, you can switch these models out at any time without touching your business code, right? You just have to say, okay, I'm using Claude Sonnet here, but tomorrow I want to use GPT, right? Or I want to update a version. And you don't really have to change anything in your code to make this happen. So let's just leave it as is. And then go further down. Down here, I have output translation. So I'm saying my source language should be auto-detected. And my target language is going to be Dutch, right? Because we're in the Netherlands. I'm not going to be able to read the outcome, but you might. And now we can test that orchestration workflow by just simply say, run. And this might take a little bit. The reason for that is because it's going to take all the input prompts and it will go to the data masking service, right? And behind that data masking service is another model. It's going to reason over all the input prompts and it filters out, okay, this is a person name, I now have to data mask it, right? The same is for the output translation, right? It's going to another model and it's translating that content for me. And as we can see, the system message got applied. It's talking like a pirate and it is describing to us in Dutch how we can get all the riches here. And this is a very nice way of configuring our AI workflows. And we can even go and see the trace of that, right, of what happened. So here we can see it's using the template, role system. This is the system message I've configured. We can also see the username, and we can see down here that the data masking also got applied. Input to LLM is masked successfully, and we should see down here, maybe you can read it or maybe not, but it says masked person. So basically where it says Kevin and Nora, this is going to be masked, right? And then down here we can also trace output translation successfully. So this is a very, very nice way to test and build up your AI workflows. And the cool thing now is I can switch over to JSON, and I can download this JSON file and then inject it into the orchestration client, which is an object you can use in your JavaScript application or in your Python application, and it can simply read that orchestration configuration and then apply it in your real-world scenario. So let's jump back to the presentation, and I'm going to hand it over to Nora.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Nora, also developer advocate. Has anyone seen this slide at TechEd last year? See some people not, okay. I don't want to spend too much time on it. It was just a good gateway to talk about the Rapid 1 model, which you see all the way in the top. So the SAP Rapid 1 or RPT1, but we like to say Rapid 1 because it sounds cooler. That model is basically, you can imagine it's a foundation model built by SAP. So you can think about it in a way that you know how large language models like ChatGPT and so on, what they do with words. So they look at a lot of words and then they generate the next word in a sequence. This is basically what we do with structured data now, but instead of words, we look at cells of a table. Easy, right? Okay, I'm going to show you a little demo in a little bit, but I just want to focus on the other things for a second. So you already heard about Generative AI Hub, which is our way to access large language models, right? We'll also show you a demo how to build an AI agent in a second. We also have the perplexity model, so we have a lot of really cool things that we announced last year at TechEd, and I'm just really looking forward to trying out all these new things with you. So if you want to also see all those things, check out our YouTube channel, because we keep posting videos and blog posts and stuff about these things when they finally come GA. Okay, so first to the Rapid 1 model. Let's check it out. Okay, so this is actually really cool for SAP, because you know how we are very difficult with trial systems. We don't like to make it easy on people to try out our stuff. But the rpt.cloud.sap is actually a free playground for everyone, so you can also try it out right now if you want to. It's actually very easy to use, so it's very SAP-unlike. Is this recorded? Yeah, right. Maybe I should stop with the jokes. Okay, hi. Well, but it's very easy to use. So basically you just upload your CSV file, right? So we will upload one right now. There are also example files, but I'm using another one so that you see that I'm not faking this now. Okay, so the thing is you can upload anything here. What this model can do is regression predictions, so like predicting a price or something, or it can also do classification, like, I don't know, like in this case, for example, predict the sales group. So instead of you having to train your own model with your own data, you really don't have to bring much data. You have to bring a couple of example lines. You know how with large language models there's this thing called few-shot prompting. You can kind of think of it this way. Like for example, when you do translations, you can either have a text in English and then have a text in Dutch and then have another text in English and then the model understands it should now translate that to Dutch. Or you could translate from English to Dutch. So this model kind of works in a similar way. So we have two lines up here that you can see that don't have a sales group assigned, but based on the other examples that you send with this CSV file to the model can now interpret which sales group that should be. And the way that it does that is that basically how the embeddings work here is that we don't have like this word vector room where we embed words into numbers, but we embed cells by looking at the row, the column, the data type, and the value of the cell. And then we compare that to other cells and other rows that we can find and try to match it. And you will see that here now because you can actually see when we predict this, it will predict the laptop wrong to be an enterprise solution because these two are actually wrongly classified. So it's going to use that as an example. So if I now actually change that to electronics, which it should be. Stop. And then just type in predict here again. Oh no. I need a German keyboard. I can't type with this. Or just write it for me. Okay. Thank you. I have the same discussion at home with my husband when he's using my MacBook. He hates it. Okay. So whatever you want to predict, you just write predict in there. You can actually write it into any cells. And if we now run the predict again, it's going to look at the examples again, but now know that it's actually consumer electronics. So that's why it's actually very important which sample rows you give to the model, because it really relies on that to just make assumptions from the example lines that you send to it. Okay. Let's go back. Actually, one cool thing that we will also show you later, and if you are part of the Coach on Wednesday, is how we can use this Rapid 1 model as a tool for an AI agent to use in like a larger AI application. So that's when it gets really interesting, right? When AI agents also have access to these models. Okay. No. Okay, now that I already talked about AI agents, Kevin already mentioned it, there are basically two main ways to build AI agent at SAP. You can either use Joule Studio with the agent builder and build an agent there, which we call like low-code agents, or you can build what we call, I think pro-code, right, is the word they used, yes, pro-code agents, which is basically code-based agents or just normal AI agents that you code with JavaScript or Python. I get the question a lot if we also have an ABAP AI agent SDK. We do not yet. Maybe this is a shout out to the ABAP product team that people wanted, because I get this question all the time. You could technically build an agent anyway with ABAP, right? But you would have to write it yourself. Okay, and then when we have our custom AI agents that we build with AI Foundation, we can then use them within Joule as well by agent-to-agent framework, but you can not only connect custom AI agents, you can also connect third-party agents to Joule that way, right? But before we talk about how we can actually do all that, and we show you a demo, I quickly want to talk about some of the problems that large language models still have. And especially since yesterday was International Women's Day, I want to talk about biases a little bit. So this one is a perfect example for biases and actually also for hallucinations. Does anyone know this riddle already? I'm going to read it out in a sec, but some people might have. Okay, if you know the riddle, don't say anything. A man and his son get into a car accident. The man dies at the scene, but the boy is rushed to the hospital and requires surgery. The surgeon looks at the boy and says, I cannot perform surgery on him, he is my son. How can that be? Now's your time to talk. Anyone? Huh? The mother? Ooh, the mother, yeah, good. Okay, that's actually correct. You didn't know the riddle, you said? Wow, okay, that's cool. The funny thing is I thought I'm very woke, right? and I thought it must be like a homosexual father, obviously, because there are more homosexual surgeons in Germany than there are, or in the Netherlands, than there are female surgeons, I guess. Not. But I thought I figured this out. I don't have biases. But in my mind, it couldn't be a woman, because for me, surgeon is a man, which is crazy, like, right? Well, for AI, it's the same thing. And here you see biases and hallucinations basically at once, I feel. Because I changed the text a little bit, and I said a woman and her son get into a car accident. The woman dies at the scene, but the boys rush to the hospital and require surgery, la 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 la. And then the model is like, just because I change the word man to woman and his to her, it's still the same prediction, right? The model still predicts the next word to be, the surgeon is the boy's mother. Everybody often assumes surgeon is man, which is the trick. And that's the perfect hallucination. Because for this model, the prediction of the next word doesn't change just because I changed one little word. And it read on the internet over and over for this riddle, the solution should be, surgeon is a man. But it doesn't apply in this case because I actually changed the gender, right? So that's a perfect example of hallucination. And then I said, well, think again or read again. And this time it actually thought for 7 seconds, so it needed to reason a little bit over it. And then it realized, you're right, you changed it. And then it just solves it correctly. You can also ask, here actually what I asked the model was, describe a beautiful person. Now if you ask the model to describe a beautiful person, it's always a woman, unless you specifically ask for a man, or you ask multiple times and then it starts to iterate between men and women, but the first one is always a woman. And the way that it describes women is like warm and smooth and gentle and kind. And it basically sounds like a Disney princess to me. I always use this example because I wanted to show how annoying it can be to be a woman, that you always have to smile and be kind and polite, and if you speak up, you're bitchy, right? And then I used the same example for men. So I asked, describe a beautiful man. And men apparently have to be strong and determined and rugged. I don't know what rugged means, but it sounds uncomfortable. You have to be indomitable and forceful, and that just sounds like a dictator to me, but apparently that's how beautiful men look like. But that's what these models read on the internet, right? Like that's basically the bias that we have. And you can find all the sexism, racism, classism, all the isms in the world you find on the internet, so you can find them in these models as well. Another example, if you ask an image model to generate a CEO, any ideas? Might be a man, I don't know. Just a wild guess. The funny thing is, it doesn't really matter in which language you ask. It's always the same dude. If you have like a different language here, please try it out. We also tried it in India with some local languages. It's still the same white dude. So it's just, what if you ask the model to generate a beautiful CEO? Any guesses? It's a rugged man. Like that one. It's a woman, actually. Sorry, guys. Well, now this is all very funny for now, right? But if we want to build business applications, we obviously have to be aware of that. And there are some things that we can do to try to keep that in check, especially for HR systems. You might not want AI systems that discriminate, right? So a couple of things you can do. You can either use like prompt engineering, which had this like crazy hype in the beginning, right, as a science. Then it was forgotten a little bit when retrieval augmented generation came up, which is basically this like grounding workflow that we will also see in a second. And now with AI agents, prompt engineering is actually becoming more important again, because the way you instruct agents to do something is actually important for the agent to being able to finish the task or not. And then obviously there's always fine-tuning, which no one is doing unless, I don't know, Marla is doing it. And that's the only person in the room, I guess. Okay, just one thing that I like to point out here, because now that everyone is talking about AI agents, not everything has to be agentic nowadays. You have to think of like AI agents. The problem here is, as you can see on the right, they're very like, how do you say, recursive? Like they go in loops, right? So they think about something, they, I don't know, use a tool, they think again. I'm gonna actually show that on the next slide as well in more detail. And the problem is they use up a lot of tokens here. And not for every single use case, you need an AI agent. Sometimes a simple, like reactive workflow where you just have a RAG workflow, like retrieval augmented generation, right? Where you have like some data source that you feed to the model and then the model just answers. That's also often enough. You don't need AI agents for everything. Talking about AI agents, obviously that's a lot of fun to build. I get asked a lot like how these agents work, because for a lot of people that's like a magic black box. It's really not that magic at all. So you basically have the user question, and then you have your agent. The agent then sends the question with all the tools and the agent prompt. Tools can be anything, right? It can be, I don't know, Google Maps API, it can be calculator, it can be access to the internet, it can be a document store, a database, it can be the Rapid1 tool, whatever. So you send all the tools you have in the user question to the LLM. The LLM decides which tool to use, sends that back to the agent. The agent calls the tool, like an API call or whatever, gets the response back. The agent sends the response, the agent prompt, the original question, all the tools it has available, back to the LLM. The LLM looks at everything and makes a decision. And then that's how it goes over and over and over again. So it's really not so magical. It's just a lot of tokens that are being used, but it's also very powerful, right? And the cool thing is that SAP is going with a lot of open source frameworks. We're compatible with a lot of the AI agent frameworks, and that is because we are an official LLM provider for Light LLM. Light LLM is basically a gateway between large language model providers and AI agent frameworks, and that's why you can build a lot of, you can use a lot of different AI agent frameworks to build AI agents with Generative AI Hub. And we will show you an example for the Strands SDK, which is the Amazon one, and Crew AI today. And obviously these large language models need tools, right? You can build your own tools, but you can also use MCP servers. MCP servers are basically model context protocols, right? That's a concept that was introduced by Anthropic, not really knowing that they would introduce a new standard here, but they basically did. So one of the coolest MCPs that I, for example, used, and as I said, MCPs can really be anything, right? Like servers, databases, APIs, whatever. But one of the coolest was something I used last year at TechEd, and that's the Playwright MCP from Microsoft, and that gives you basically internet access. So makes your agent being able to do browser automation, so it can really just click through any website, and that's just a lot of fun what you can do with that. Also be careful though, because like it does weird stuff if you don't pay attention. Okay, first demo. How much time do we have? Okay, I can talk fast, that's good.
Thank you. Yeah, just a side note on the MCP server. So SAP is providing MCP servers as well, which is on these MCP servers are available for you open source. So you can just download them and use them and make them available to your agents for generating CAP applications, Fiori elements, and what was the third one? Anyway, there's a third one. But so just to know that, so look on GitHub. There is agents, MCP servers available there, which make all the information about development CAP application and Fiori elements applications to you, so you can generate beautiful applications with SAP. But enough talk, let's look at some code. We've built a very simple demo using the Strands SDK. So Strands SDK is just an agent framework by Amazon you can use. And in this example here, I'm using a combination of like Strands SDK to build the agent. Then I'm going to use the GenAI Hub document grounding for accessing a grounding pipeline and retrieving some information, doing some RAG there. And then I'm also using the Light LLM to connect to an SAP provided model, right? But before we execute that code, let's just quickly jump back into the AI Launchpad. And in here, let me see, there's this option of grounding management, and I'm in the wrong workspace. Let me just quickly change that. And then if we go in here, we can see there's data repositories, right? So these data repositories you can create and basically connect them to a SharePoint, to an S3 document store, SFTP, workzone, SDM. So that is where you can store your documents. And now through that grounding management, you can pipe that into a pipeline and do automatic grounding of these documents. And this is great. Why? Because they all will end up in an SAP HANA Cloud vector engine. So this is great because at this point, you don't need your own HANA Cloud instance. This is going to be a central tenant, a central instance, and you will get your own tenant, and then it will store the vector embeddings in that tenant. And this is great because you don't have to have a HANA Cloud license in that case. But we prepped that, and if we go into one of those data repositories, and this is just our little experimentation repository, so we'll see like errors and all messed up stuff. But this is taking too long. But basically what you see is all the vector embeddings in there, right? And you can even query on them directly using AI Launchpad here. And of course, you can consume these data repositories through code. So I've done all the imports, and I loaded all the configurations to connect to our instance. And then here, I'm defining the AI Core orchestration deployment URL. So this is basically, you can grab that from the documentation, and then you just fill in this orchestration deployment URL. And let's just jump back in so I don't confuse you. Because in ML operations, we have something which is called a deployment. So where AI Core comes from is that back then, we didn't have all these LLM provider partnerships, right? You could train your own models on AI Core and then deploy them in here. That's the reason why it's called deployment. But when we're using like a partner LLM, we're still calling it deployment, but it's actually just a proxy to that LLM instance. And if we click on deployment, we can see we have also this orchestration deployment here. And that has a deployment ID. And I can just copy that, paste it in here, and now we can access that orchestration workflow. So now the interesting part, I'm defining a tool. We've heard from Nora, agents are using tools to access different points of data or performing any task like searching a document, for example, in this case. And up here, I define in natural language what that tool is supposed to do. Because the agent is going to take that piece of natural language, pass it to the LLM, so the LLM can reason what that tool is supposed to do, and then can it decide if it should use that tool or not. And now we're just basically defining a retrieval search filter. So we're saying, go to this data repository and use the vectors in there to perform a rec flow, right? And then down here, I define a system prompt. The system prompt is important for the agent to understand its purpose, right? And we're not going to read through the whole thing, but basically the important line here is in 1, use the search documents tool to retrieve relevant up-to-date information from the AWS LLM documentation knowledge base. So we took LLM documentation from AWS, vectorized that whole thing, and stored it into the vector engine on HANA Cloud. And down here, we're defining the agent. So I'm getting a lot of questions of like, okay, how do agents actually work? We're not really writing any code, right? And that's true, because that agent is just a definition, and it gets a set of tools, and the LLM can now decide what it wants the agent to do. So it's just a definition. So we're saying we want an agent, and it should use that system prompt here. It uses Light LLM model to connect to an Amazon Nova Lite on SAP, right? And it has a set of tools available. In our case, it just has that search documents tool. And if I go now down here and execute that agent and paste in a user prompt, what are the different LLM models available on Amazon Bedrock and how do I choose between them? We can fire this up now. And you can see the output of the LLM. This is actually that iterative workflow Nora was talking about. So you see, it's every time it's saying thinking, it starts reasoning. It's trying to build up a plan on what it's supposed to do, what tools to use, and what the user actually wanted it to do. So we can see to answer the user's questions about the different LLM models available, I need to, can I scroll over here? I need to search the AWS documentation knowledge base using that search documents tool, right? So the LLM decided, okay, this is my task. And in my instructions, I got instructed to use the search documents tool to actually find the answer to that user input prompt. And now it can retrieve, as you can see in the thinking, the documents from that grounding pipeline, right? So it's executing that RAG flow. And based on that information it got from RAG, it can now give us the answer here. So this is a typical use case for a single agent use case. But how about multi-agent use cases, and how do we orchestrate that? And for that, Nora is going to show you how to do that with Crew AI.
Okay, so Kevin already said that we like fun examples and use cases. What was your use case earlier? That was the Pyron. So for our new code jam, this hands-on exercise that we do on Wednesday, we were thinking about which use case we could do, and oftentimes it's just like purchase orders and stuff like that. But then we always have the problem that we have some people in the room that understand what we're talking about, and some people in the room that work in a completely different area of SAP and have no idea what we're talking about. So we thought we would do like a murder mystery and use agents to solve the crime. Then we thought murder mystery is a little bit too bloody, so we turned it into like a theft case. Okay, so basically an image was stolen. And we now want to determine who stole this image. And we have 3 suspects, and those are the suspects' names. Sophie, Marcus, and Victor. And we now build a team of 3 agents. Let me just show you those agents with Crew AI. Here they are. So we have an appraiser agent who will use the Rapid 1 model, so to make predictions about the value of the stolen goods, so that we can then send that to the insurance and get our insurance money back for those stolen images. We also have an evidence analyst agent, because we have a document store full of evidence, like we have a termination letter, we have camera recording information and all kinds of evidence. And we have a lead detective who will then in the end solve the crime. Now what you can see here is that each of these detectives also have a task assigned. So basically every agent in Crew AI, the way that it works is, the cool thing about Crew AI is you can build like crews of agents, right? That are orchestrated very easily, and you don't really have to do much yourself because you can define workflows. So here what we do is every agent has one task. You can also assign multiple tasks, but I wanted to keep it easy because it's an entry workshop, right? So every agent has one task. And then these agents can also be assigned a tool. So the appraiser agent has the call Rapid 1 model tool, and his task is to appraise the loss, so to determine how much was stolen. Then we have the evidence analyst. His tool is the grounding service, right? Because it wants to access the grounding service, just like the agent that Kevin was showing is doing. So I'm not going to go back to a Launchpad, but basically there's another pipeline that holds all the evidence information, and this agent can use that. And then the lead detective agent, now it's getting a little bit interesting, because here you can see in the context, you have to have both of these tasks have to be run before this guy does his task. Because the lead detective is actually solving the crime, and he needs all the other agents to have done their work, so he can use that work then and then solve the crime. And that's why this workflow is sequential. You also have like hierarchical, there are all kinds of other processes, but mine is sequential because I need these 2 tools to be called before. Okay, and then you can go into the configuration of the agents, and here you see how you describe to the agents what it's supposed to do. So for example, the loss appraiser, his goal is to predict the missing values of the stolen items using the Rapid 1 model via the call Rapid 1 tool, and he should use the payload data here. So in the payload we have all the stolen goods, right, like some image of Monet and stuff like that. And then here you can see the tasks. So each agent obviously has a task assigned, which I said before. And in the task, you then also have a description, analyze the theft crime scene and predict the missing values, la 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 la. And then you also have the output. In my case, the JSON with predicted values for the stolen items, for example. Okay. Now we can just run that crew and kick it off. Or actually, do you want to see the tools? They look very easy, just like the one you saw before. So this one is basically the same tool you saw before in the Strands SDK. It's just calling the grounding service with a different ID, obviously, because we use a different pipeline. And then here we just have the post request to the Rapid 1 model. So also very simple with the payload. And when you add the tool up here, it knows that it's a tool. So you change the function into a tool. And then here, again, this description, as Kevin said, is important for the agent to figure out which tool to use, right? Okay. We are running out of time, so I'm just going to use the run that we did before. I'm not going to run it again. But basically, the cool thing about Crew AI is also when you have the agent print out all the thinking process, you can actually understand a lot from that. So basically, it says like task started, analyze evidence task, and then the agent is the criminal evidence analyst, and then it reads out the task, and then it calls this grounding tool, and it first asks about Sophie Dubois. That's actually one thing that I find really cool about agents. When you realize that your RAG workflow doesn't work, because this, like calling the tool, sending it to the LLM, and then you get the response, and then sometimes that information that it retrieved was wrong, right? So what an AI agent obviously can do is change the search request and just call the grounding tool again with a different input prompt. Okay, and then it gets all the information, blah, blah, and then all the way at the end, after it's thinking and went through all the information, it can now tell us, based on the evidence provided in the criminal evidence analyst report, the thief is, hold on. That's wrong. No, it's actually true. So the thief is Sophie, but she had help from Victor. So they both played key roles, so that's true. Usually the agent names Victor before Sophie, but it's fine. So Sophie was the inside accomplice who actively disabled the alarm system, giving access to the gallery. That's true. And then it also predicts the total stolen price, which we can now send to the insurance. So it basically solved our crime. So if you come to the workshop tomorrow, don't tell anyone on Wednesday. yeah, thank you so much. I think that's it, right? Did we have anything else?
The only thing is, like, both of these agents, as we said, it's agent agnostic. We can now package up and deploy it on BTP, and they can run there. So that's basically what we wanted to say and tell. I don't know if we have time for questions. Actually not. Okay. Sorry.
You tried so fast and you really did so fast, but yes, time is even running faster. So now, well, as we solved the crime, that's very important. So I see SAP through a very different mind. Most of the time I look at sales orders, financial statements, and so on. But since some of my colleagues work at the police, they can use SAP as well. Now, that's fine. Thank you very much. It was a really a nice presentation to see how things run at SAP and all the possibilities there are. And, well, I don't know if the definitions of MCP server are different, but we have every presentation has its own definition on that. And they somewhere quite seem similar. So that's the best point of that. I would like to thank you as well with a box of chocolate. And, well, yes, I can do it with one hand and a microphone. This one is for you, Oh La La Chocolat from the Netherlands.
Thank you.
Enjoy it, and thank you very much. Have a big round of applause for these two developer advocates.
So before they throw us off stage, if you want to learn more about Generative AI Hub in a very basic way, you can do that on Wednesday. If you're more familiar with all of that and you want to build an agent, you can do that as well on Wednesday. So please join us on Wednesday for the code jams to get your hands dirty with exactly what we just showed here.
Thank you very much. Yes, Wednesday is a very particular and special day. And we have a lot of people who are joining that as well. So now it's time for a snack and networking again. Well, you got a lot of snacks today, I think. But let's network again, and then within, let's say, a couple of minutes, it's about 4:15. So a quarter after 4, we will all join here together, and then we have a panel discussions with all the AI vendors you saw already here. So when you're networking, just think about some questions, because we need some questions for the guys and girls over here, so we can ask them and make them sweat. So have a nice snack. It's also provided by Booking.com. Thank you, and see you later. Geven gaat er goed. Ja. Even wachten en dan gaat. So let's start over again. Yeah, now we will start with a big change in program. Yeah, because we had a keynote speaker, but he's got stuck somewhere. But we've got another keynote speaker, and this is the one we're really proud of, who will join us again, not again, but who will join us and jump in this open slot. It's Jan Pennickhoff. It's the famous Jan Pennickhoff of SAP the Netherlands. So please stay. Yes, that's the one. You know him. You know him. Yeah. We're really grateful that he is willing to do this for us. So, and one other housekeeping notice: if you want to come with us on a boat this evening and have dinner over there and see something of the night sky of Amsterdam, there are still wristbands available. So if you want to come, please join the booth in the front, then you can get your wristband for this evening. So now, we're going to start with questions, and I asked you to come up with some questions. So, who did come up with a question after all this presentation? Because we have this knowledge group of people here with all different kind of expertise, from Microsoft, from Google, from AWS, from SAP, and from a consultancy agency with a lot of knowledge. So, anybody? Who's going to ask the first question?
Introduce them.
Introduce them. So, I assumed everybody was in here, but on this end we have Stephen from AWS. Then we have Victor from Google. We have Holger from Microsoft. We have Nora from SAP. And we have Evelyn from CGI. So those are the ones that are going to answer the difficult questions in here. And of course we have Robert, who will ask difficult questions because that's where he's known for. So he will certainly come up with difficult questions. So anybody here? Yes, we have a question over here. Thank you very much to be willing to be the first one. There's always the difficult.
Thanks. So we did not hear much about risks today. So what is, for example, happening if the banking API at Google is doing some transactions that are not good for Google? Or for example, if your agent has access to the web, that the agent does not create accounts for him and does something bad. So anything on these topics?
Google, so Victor, this is for you. You also were afraid of some of those questions, I assume.
Nothing ever goes wrong in Google. But on a serious note, yeah, there are several stages, right, on this. So first of all, when it comes to the development of use cases, right, it's always a step-by-step approach. Showing, like, for many of these use cases, forecast, evaluate, deploy, right? So first, it's the advisory, right, and evaluation of the advices by the AI, and then constant monitoring of the outputs and improving this, right, and improving the outputs. So this is from the development. Also, if we look like to the tools that we provide to the customers we use internally at Google, it's always a lot of guardrails that are put on what the model can do and what can do. It's like the safety features that are embedded into the model itself, into the reasoning chain and so on. It's also the additional layers, like we offer something called model armor that always validates what is the input request to the AI, what is the output request to the AI, is it safe, is it following guidelines and so on. Plus there are like traditional security methods, right, like firewalling, authorization, authentication, and the entire security stack that is there that support, like, to make sure that the risk is minimized as much as possible, right? And I think the constant monitoring is the key here, where, for example, if you look inside Google and what we sell to our customers is collect all the possible logs from all your systems, right, and use AI in order to data mine these logs to find the potential vulnerabilities or other problems that might come up.
Okay, thank you. I have a question to you all. Let's assume when I look in here, nobody is just 2 years of experience. Most of you have more experience. So let's say I come in a company. I'm a developer. I've my education, and I'm enthusiastic to make this world in a change. What should I do on the first steps when I hear all your questions from all your sides? I'm curious. What's the next thing I should do? What should be the focus so I will be in? Well, I get my bonus the couple of next years. That's one of the things I'm running for. AWS, Stephen.
Yeah, so my advice would be to really understand the new toolings. I think we have heard the term mindset shift today. So I think that's really the first step to step away from the development work and really understand the new tools, the new frameworks. We talked about prompt engineering, context management or session management, and really understand what these new tools offer, get a good grip on them, and then try yourself in a small proof of concept maybe before you try and delete the production stack or something.
Okay. Holger, from Microsoft, what should I do?
Well, I think there's not much to add. I also think my main recommendation would be to get started, to really, I mean, I think all of us, we've shown you a lot of cool things, how you can do code generation, how you can help your business integrate with AI, with your SAP system and stuff like that. I think for me, the main recommendation would be to get your hands dirty, just really give it a try. I think all of us, we offer free tiers or ways to easily get started. There's a lot of things open source. You can easily install this and then test it out. Probably not. You should not do this against your productive SAP system. Have the ABAP Docker container to test it against this one, or maybe you have another sandbox that you can use, and then just explore, just test. Maybe just start with reading information, so only with read-only permissions, and then see what happens when you can actually write and update information. But I think for me, that was also my learning curve. Just get your hands dirty and see what is possible. And some things will not work, but a lot of things actually will work. And I was totally blown away by some of the things that are possible. I mean, I showed you in the presentation a few things that you can do with low code and connecting to SAP, but then also really using here the vibing steampunk from Alice. It's absolutely amazing. Give it a try, and then if it doesn't work, then throw it away. Do something else. But give it a try.
Yeah, like I learned with design thinking, fail often and learn.
Absolutely.
That's the one. On CGI, when I recruited by you.
Well, I would have a different answer. I would say, let's first start with getting to know the business that you just landed in. So what are really their questions? What is the strategic objectives that you have? What are the real problems that are there? Because it's fun to learn a tool, but it's useless to just apply a tool if it's not solving your problem. And I think that's also where we often see that proof of concepts get stranded, because they weren't thought out how it addresses your business problems and how it's going to land in your organization. So the second part is also make sure that you talk to whoever is going to be the end user and make sure that it's something that they could actually use in their processes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And from SAP?
I think I will bridge this. Because on the one hand side, I totally agree that you have to upskill yourself. I know that a lot of people that I talk to say like they don't really have to understand how LLMs work. They just want to know how they can like implement AI applications. And I kind of disagree. I think you want to understand how it works a little bit at least. And there's a lot of really good content on YouTube, for example, where you can just, I don't know, watch a podcast or something, you know, just try to learn the general concept, then try it out. Keep trying it out because models change a lot, and something that maybe didn't work last year might work this year, so don't give up on it. I feel like AI is the most overhyped and underhyped topic at the same time, because like some people think it's just going to replace all of us and it knows everything, and then something goes wrong and they're like deeply disappointed, and I'm like, well, that was expected. It's not supposed to do that, you know, so kind of get your expectations right. And then obviously, right now, what a lot of companies do, I mean, I'm not really excluding SAP there, but like a lot of companies try to slap AI at everything right now and understand the use case, understand if it actually makes sense. Do you need an agent? Do you need a RAG workflow? Do you maybe not need AI at all? And then, or like a custom model or whatever, do you actually need it here? And how do you solve that problem? So I think learn and educate, try it out, and then also determine, do you need it or not? And do your expectations actually fit the use case?
Okay, yeah, quite clear. And Victor from Google, how are you?
I think I will join all the suggestions and advertise a little bit. So with our customers in Google Cloud, what we are running are what we now call promptathons, where we, from the customer, we bring together non-IT people, business people who know the use cases and who are ready to experiment, with whom we spend a day where they work on the problem, they learn what AI is good for, what it is not good for, and they can prototype and discover the solution, if there is a solution for their problem, that they can then pass to IT to go to the next level. And I think we saw a lot of great outcomes from these promptathons across like HR, supply chain, finance, where sometimes it's just, oh, you just needed AI to generate spreadsheet formula, up to like a full-blown HR hiring app that was developed as the outcome of this promptathon as well, right?
Okay, yes, thank you. From the, yes, you're.
My question is to SAP. I've attended TechEd last year, and I'm very excited when I heard about the Joule for developers, all the latest possibilities. My main focus is to improve the developers' productivity and efficiency. I'm mainly looking at Joule for developers, right? So when I started really seeing what is there for on-premise customer as such, I think a lot of us are from SAP space still into on-premise, not even there into private cloud or to the public cloud. So what is there for us if I want to really use something like Joule for developers, right, for a developer community? Do you have some suggestions for us to do it?
Specifically on-premise? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but no. That's really, I'm like, the problem is, me and ABAP, we're not really friends yet. I know that has to change. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I live in this cloud BTP world with AI, and I know that now we have the ABAP SDK for AI, so I'm gonna try it out, I promise. Next time I sit here, I will have tried it out. But that's why I don't know a lot about Joule for developers. And the only thing I know is that strategically we're not going on-premise with our AI portfolio.
Yeah,
Sorry, but maybe there's, I don't know if he has a question or wants to answer.
Yeah, I want a question about what you mentioned over there, Nora. I'm on the other side. Because you are mentioned, I don't know ABAP, that stuff. But I think it's also the other way around. All those guys who knows a lot about programming, should they learn all the things about AI? And the reason why I ask that is because AI will not stop with the tool. But it's also about the regulation. Am I allowed to use this data? How do you see that? And it's a question for you all. How do you see that you have to expand your skill set? But on the other hand, I heard a lot of times that AI is a specific job. It's not a developer's job. It's just a job if you want to know everything about AI. So how do you see the bridge between people which knowing all about how to use AI, how to use it in an environment that it's also have the regulations topics to it, knows the bias and that kind of stuff. And on the other hand, we have those business developers which are building applications. So that's a question I have. Should I have as an ABAPer, what should I know from AI to use it and to be successful?
I think that's basically what you also just mentioned, Victor, that What we also do at SAP is we try to have these workshops where we bring a lot of people together, because right now you have these siloed knowledge, right? Like some people know AI, some people know ABAP, some people know business processes. So what we also try to do right now is to bring as many different people as possible into a room, especially from the LOBs, and then try to learn together how you can solve certain problems. So that we also obviously have to upskill all our ABAP developers, but you at the same time also have to upskill everyone else. It's not only about ABAP developers, right? Like you have to upskill everyone in your company to use these tools, to come up with also good use cases. Because like one problem that I, for example, sometimes have is sometimes I'm so deep down in this AI rabbit hole that I kind of forget about all the different business processes or business problems that are out there, and I can't know them all, right? Like I'm not in every single LOB and watching people do their job. So we kind of really have to rely on each other to talk about use cases, to talk to each other and sit together and really figure out these problems together. Because myself, I come up with a murder mystery, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How about on CCI? Because you mentioned from the other side, look at the business. But how do you make this bridge with, well, combining all these and business and IT and all those stuff together?
No, it's a really good question. I don't think there's a single answer to this. I think, so one thing is that when you talk about using AI, there's a multidisciplinary part into this. There's compliance, there's ethics, there's the data quality, there's which AI tools you want to use, where I also feel like AI, to me, also includes some of the things that can be used with classical algorithms, with or without a wrapper around it. And then the question at some point becomes, okay, how much of this knowledge do I want to have in-house, and how much am I going to find outside? And that will depend on how often you will need that. So if it's a once-off thing, maybe, or if it's new, maybe it's good to find a good advisor to help you guide you through this whole process. And if it's something you're going to do a lot, maybe it makes sense to make sure you get those qualities inside your company. But I don't think any one person on their own can make sure that AI becomes a success in your company. You need the business context, you need to know the regulations, and then you need to know the tools. And I think also there's some experience needed to know really what tool to use at what point in time. That's my opinion.
So actually, what you say, you have this umbrella of somebody who can bring all the expertise together, and you have the expertises beside each other to, well, to glue the things together, as we see in the ERP environment as well. Yeah, okay. So this one, I brought my mic, yeah.
Hello, sorry for the question, but I was asking, do you guys have thought of any solution on how to handle transports, particularly in like greyfield kind of problems?
Any particular one that you would like to address the question?
Anybody who has an answer.
Do you mean SAP transports?
Yeah.
Or what are you looking for exactly?
Sorry, I thought it was rather obvious. You know, like if I'm writing a new program from scratch, everything is fine. In the real world, most of the time, I'm fixing a bug or adding a new feature, and I'm touching 2 function modules here, 1 method there, and I don't know, a couple of CDS view over there, and they are maybe locked in this transport from my colleague, or they're not locked by anybody, but there are 3 versions that are pending, and I need to go to QA before mine, and so on. You know, like all sort of traditional transport problem that has always been in SAP since the beginning. But the moment I start writing 5 times more code, they become a bit more pressing. Also, you know, in my experience, AI agents have the habit of saying, oh, let's try changing this code. Oh, no, it didn't work. Let's change that code. Oh, no, let's change that code, and so on. So you end up, maybe at the end of the process, you modified 3 programs, and you have like 10 in your transports, which makes the problem even worse, because next time another agent does something, it also changes the same objects, and you end up in a sort of dependency hell.
So I think I think this is still a challenge. What I think, and Lars had a really cool presentation before, where he said, look, if we get the ABAP code out of the SAP system in a Git repository, in GitHub, then we can do all these modifications, all these enhancements, all this AI development, also on ABAP code, but outside of the SAP system. And then Lars and Mark and a lot of, they've built a really, really cool framework outside of the SAP system. And Lars was really just, I don't know where he is, or if he's even here. There, back. So take a look at his presentation afterwards. It is really about, if you do this outside, then you can do all the code checks, simple code checks outside of the SAP system. You can make sure what function modules were enhanced, what function modules were created, what classes were created, and so on. And then you can do all the tests outside. And then once you're happy, then put it back into a real SAP system. Then do some tests there to really validate that everything is working. And then you can have maybe the transports in your dev system and then do QA, prod, like what you're used to it. But for me, and I think this is still something where we're all learning, but for me, this is a really, really cool process to maybe address some of these issues. I mean, obviously here, for those of you who were in my session, Microsoft is doing this. We are doing a lot of stuff in GitHub already, using ABAP Git. And I think that can be an enabler for addressing some of these questions that you mentioned.
Yeah, I would just like to add to that. I mean, Holger, what you said is basically definitely true, but it also re-emphasizes the importance of creating ABAP code that is correct in the first place by reducing hallucinations, by introducing all the related objects to what you're trying to change, to make sure that the results touch as little artifacts as possible. But similar to probably what Microsoft is doing, AWS would also leave the transport management system untouched as it is right now, as to still include the human in the loop for security or quality checks.
Okay.
And maybe last bit, I think that we need to maybe separate like the code generation and now code explanation and modifications, which is the task for AI, whereas like the movement of this code through the landscape is still more of a classical management problem, right? You either solve it through Git, where it's not really like a solution through AI, or you solve it like I will take my head from 15 years ago with Solution Manager and change request management, which helps to like sequence transport requests correctly, identify these conflicts and so on. And I think like specifically the way how ABAP is structured, like identifying conflicts, sequencing the changes and dependencies is a very deterministic problem that doesn't require AI per se. And there are tools on the market like I think Cloud ALM is not there, but like Transport Express and others that just enable this, right? So yes, AI can bring more changes to the code, right? And then you need just a tool that would solve this deterministic problem of managing all these new changes, right? Is it Git? Is it like some transport management tool? This is a decision to be made.
I have a different question. In my keynote, I mentioned that we have data is very important, but if I look at an SAP system, it's mostly structured data. We already know, but if I have those people who will retire the next couple of years, and we have the young ones coming in to those companies, when they do a retirement, they have a lot of knowledge in their head. We have a lot of unstructured data, which is there. We have also a lot of social media data over there, and they are familiar with those kind of tools. We have a lot of heard about getting an MCP server to get the data out of SAP to bring it to something else. But what about all the other data? What about the unstructured data? What about the information which is in the head of people? What is about the eventing? How do you look at that one? Because we saw a lot of announcements in the newspapers that we will replace people by AI. But I think that the AI stuff is not only in the system itself, but it's also the process behind it. And those processes, I did it in my keynote, I mentioned that most of those processes where we want to replace people is about those unstructured data, those work procedures you have over there. How do you look at that? Because I heard today a lot of information about making the SAP system accessible to the LLMs and to the AI. But how do you look at the other data sources? How do you combine that, and where can we really find that value for the companies?
I'm sure Google has something to say about it in a second, but the way that we at least try to think about it is that, especially when we have people now using Joule, for example, and making decisions with Joule, and then, I don't know, getting more information, and then Joule gives out some response, and then at some point you decide whether, I don't know, for how much you sell a product or not, like the sales price, if you determine that, and then, I don't know, you determine, for example, how much discount that customer gets or not. That's basically happening in a person's brain, right? Like he maybe is thinking about, I don't know, Q4 is closing, I don't know, he wants to go to Hawaii, I don't know, whatever is going on in his brain, right? Yeah. But the problem is that right now we don't store these things. So we at SAP try to right now at least think about the way that, like, what kind of information do you need from your users now to make these decisions in the future? Because there's so much that we as humans put into decisions that AI doesn't see right now, and that is not in our databases and that we don't store. So we have to start thinking about data a little bit differently, because we have to store these things that are human a little, like to then being able to teach AI models after how to make decisions, how we did. Because right now we don't store that information, right? And we don't. Yeah. I don't know if Google does yet. Probably you do. We don't yet. So we have to think about a way to store that information to then make better decisions with AI agents in the future.
Yeah, and the other ones? Because you are talking about the tooling, but so I really think that's eventing. So when the information is created or changed, and also the unstructured information, which is on paper or something like that, has a big influence how people are working. So how can we use that into AI and into your tooling?
So from my perspective, from our perspective, is first of all, I personally never presented AI replacing humans. I don't think that we are at this stage. Hopefully, it's more of uncovering and helping AI execute actions that currently nobody executes, right? Or that are going missed, and uncover the opportunity or new opportunities for the business, right? And then, of course, like for example, like when we make buying decisions for like a toy store, right? A lot of these decisions are coming from the minds of the enterprise buyers, right? And the concept right now, I don't think we are there yet, is the long-term memory for the agents, where agents can not just remember the current context of the conversation, but what was the situation, what was the decision, and what was the outcome that agent took, right? And building this database can create this enterprise consciousness, right? And for Google, storing any amount of information is bread and butter, right? So for us, building this, and I'm showing it in the architecture, building this data foundation where you can store the data from your data sources like SAP, social media, other sources. Basically, we don't care how much data you want to store. We have enough capacity for everybody, and then we have tools to easily get this information from it, so the agents get the context, and then it can serve also as the memory to remember that this agent took this decision, this was the outcome, this was the result, was it good result or bad result? We can evaluate and optimize these agents, but this is like on the next level.
I would probably add that I agree with you that we need to get the knowledge of the people into the data store somehow. Let's say a developer retires. So typically these days, that developer would hopefully, in the best case at least, train the replacement. So you transfer knowledge from the human to another human. But of course with AI that changes, because now all of a sudden that knowledge is supposed to be used by a lot of other people that might not even be in the same company. So there needs to be a procedural change, I think, that is actually, in my opinion, independent of AI, to get knowledge out of people's head into a knowledge base. Whether that's for training AI models or using them, or just for generally scaling knowledge. Because a lot of times you have experts, like most of us, or all of us up here, that we're only one person, but you want to scale that knowledge, like we're doing here, to distribute it to a lot of people, and that is, I think, what the challenge that we need to solve in the next couple of years.
So I have a slightly different perspective, coming also a bit from outside. I'm a little bit worried. Like, I agree, there's a problem, right? There's vergrijzing, what's it called? People are getting older. We're going to have people that retire. We're going to have maybe too few people to do something. But right now, everyone's talking about how to put a human into the computer. We're not talking about how nice it is to work. I mean, shouldn't it about that we are using computers to have a nice life? Shouldn't we think about that the jobs that we will have will be nice jobs to do? So isn't there ethic questions first? And I understand that most of you are here selling things and trying to show how this is, you know, you're trying to make the best of it. You're trying to say it can do it. But I think on that side of the table, I think it's really important to think about, what do I want as a company? Do I want to have my humans replaced by algorithms? And then the other thing coming, I was, until a few months ago, I was an associate professor. I was teaching. I'm sure I could make an AI teaching that. I don't know if it would be as motivating, but I was learning. So if we automate something, how do we make sure it still develops? How do we make sure also it develops in the context of your company? So to me, this is like a really big ethics question around it. I do see options to make people's work nicer. I think they're really stupid tasks that most people hate that we could automate, and that can actually make our life nicer. But the question is really, what will be the objective in AI? Will we put the human central and say we want to have people's jobs to be nicer? Or are we going to look at only costs or something and very short term?
Maybe just to add to this, make the life of people nicer. For me, actually, if I look at my ABAP developer days are long over. I used to be an ABAP developer, but honestly, I have no idea about ABAP anymore. I'm doing other things now, but because of AI, now all of a sudden I am able to write ABAP code again. So I have a completely different business context maybe in mind, but because of AI now I'm enabled to write ABAP code again. I'm not saying this is the best AI-generated ABAP code, but it definitely helps me to make my life easier. Instead of me waiting and reaching out to a colleague, look, can you please develop this ABAP program for me? And then there's a lot of back and forth. Now I can get started and say, look, here's something that I've developed. Here's something that you can use as a starting point maybe. And then some other ABAP developer, an expert can take another look and help improve or whatever. But for me, it definitely empowers myself to do things that I wouldn't have done like 6 months ago, because I was just not able to invest the time or to learn these things.
I agree with you. I also think it's interesting that I totally agree. We did talk about how you can basically put human knowledge into a computer. But I don't think of it that way, that I want to put a human in a computer so that it replaces me. I think about it in a way that I build these POCs basically every day, and there's so much I would like to do and so much that I don't know. And for me to find the right person within SAP to help me is sometimes like very struggling. So I have been actually wishing for this for years, way before there was generative AI. I already worked on building like a network where everyone could kind of like sign up as an expert, and I can just find the one person that has the skills I need, because SAP is a gigantic company, and to really find the one developer that knows how to help me, especially because I do things that are not really documented very well yet. So like how to add, I don't know, the Rapid One model into an agent. No one did that before me. So if I build these little POCs and I want to try out our products, I rely on this knowledge to be somewhere, and that's why I just really wish for some of our developers' brains to be a little bit digitized so that I can just pick their brains without having to find them in this gigantic company. So I rather think about it as like making my job easier, you know, to just, especially in large organizations, I feel like there's so much knowledge that is lost that would help me or help everyone, basically. And I don't really see of it in a way that we put our knowledge somewhere and then we all go home and are jobless. I rather see it as like better collaboration and support for every single individual to just know more.
It sounds nice. I think I just want to. I don't know. I don't want. It's also fine to have this discussion. I felt like the question was, I'm going to retire. Will my information be put into a computer, and will that replace my job? I think that's not what you're saying. I think one of the things, though, is that I read someone using something like Copilot and said like, oh, it was so nice to chat to an expert, and a Copilot or something. Anything, large language models, they're always going to be friendly, and they're always going to have time, and they're going to be super forthcoming to me, and it's going to be nicer to ask them a question than my colleague that might have a bad mood. But that also stops a certain amount of knowledge sharing within my company. Because if I would have gone to my colleague and I would have put this problem forward, there would have been some opportunity for both of us to learn. And my issue is that so far, and I could be very wrong, but so far, if I have used these large language models, if I'm not the expert, I'm amazed. I'm super happy with the answers that come. But as soon as I am the expert on the topic, I'm annoyed. It doesn't give me the answer I wanted. It doesn't go as deep as I would want. And I mean, when I was being an associate professor, we would have open book exams where people could use large language models to answer the question. So I would have to see how good is it. And on basic level, it could do it, but on higher levels, it would give me a false answer. But at the same time, I would know there are students using this as their new knowledge. So we're losing information there. So I'm a little bit worried that we will have access to a lot of knowledge, but the quality of that knowledge will go down. We will stop developing it on individuals. And I think there's a challenge as a company. How do you, on the one hand, access knowledge, and on the other hand, do you keep developing these experts within your company? Because if everyone starts talking just to their computers, we lose some knowledge creation that we do as humans. That's my concern.
Thank you for this discussion with you together, but there is somebody here who wants to really ask another question.
Yeah, so the question is actually if you think that your organizations were really successful on adopting AI agents and the different frameworks, what was the success metric that made you believe to this, right? And I mean, I can imagine for Google, because it's like a software company open for innovation, but most of the customers of SAP is still selling like tomatoes and potatoes, right? We have this sales orders, purchase requisitions, and most of the business people are not really, maybe not really too happy with the AI because they think that it will replace them. So what was the success for you that you will say that, okay, we did this and it worked to train our business people, and it changed the attitude completely in the organizations that you work at the moment?
So who will have an example?
Well, I think for us it was really, first of all, getting the tools in the hands of the end users so that they could explore and see that it's working, or if it's working. I think that, I mean, in our case, obviously a Copilot, everyone has Copilot. And honestly, one of the things that was really helpful for me, if I'm going into a customer meeting now, if I have a customer presentation, I ask researcher, give me a summary of this specific customer. So instead of reaching out to the account team, reaching out to the software engineers, reaching out to the cloud solution architects, and then manually collecting all this information, I ask researcher, and it creates me, it takes 15 minutes or whatever, but it creates me a nice summary, which hopefully is correct, that gives me a really good overview already of what is happening with this customer. And that was something where I realized, wow, this is really helpful. So with this knowledge that I know, okay, AI is actually working most of the time, or depending on how you see it, then I do the next things. Then I explore, what can I do with GitHub Copilot? Can I generate code? Then we have these hackathons where really in a guided process, basically, we enable the employees to play around with this, and then maybe decide, no, look, this is not working for me. Okay, that's good, but maybe a few others see, oh, this is actually really cool. This is a use case that I can also apply for myself. And if the employees have access to these tools, then they can explore, then they can learn and either say, yeah, this is actually working for me or not. And what Nora was saying, there's so much evolution happening. So that's maybe one of the risks, actually. If you try out something today and you're really disappointed, that you have the courage, the opportunity to try it again after 3 months, after 6 months, and then maybe the results will be very, very different because the quality of the LLMs has so dramatically improved. But I think, again, for me, the most important thing is give the tools to the employees so that they can actually test and give them some guidance that they can explore and see that it's actually working.
So you all showed us a real big toolbox of all the kind of things we need to do. Sometimes I think I don't start with AI because I need too much toolings over there. But I know it's needed and so forth and so on. But now we have this toolbox, it's working, you all showed us.
I have a question here.
I will make my question, because Evelyn made a really important thing as well, always also looking at the discussion. How can we find in the business, because we know the toolbox is working, to what kind of metrics or what kind of requirements or what kind of things we have to look into the business to make this AI work for them? Who is willing to give an answer? Where do I have to look into my business? I'm looking at my business from a distance, and I see, well, that point on sales and marketing, I'm going to help them with AI because on the finance part, I'm going to help them because. Can you fill in the because for me? What do I have to look at?
You want me to fill in the...
Yeah. You have anybody who has the answer for me? Because tomorrow I sit at my, Wednesday, Thursday I sit at my customer and I have to tell them what I did these days. So I have to tell them, when you look at your business over there and there, then I have a solution for you because the toolbox is already there.
Yeah, but this toolbox is large, right?
Yeah.
It's very large. So to me, it would start with knowing a little bit about what's in this toolbox and then start recognizing where these problems are. And I try to do that a little bit in this talk, but in my previous talk, but it's not easy. But in general, I would say focus on your strategic purposes and then start to see how something fills in there. But if you want to look for easy things, what I would look at is, okay, where am I doing the same thing over and over again? So that's one thing. So if I have something where I'm doing it over and over again, and it's actually maybe boring, I think there is an opportunity. Another opportunity could be in if you have a very structured process around something, and someone has to make sure to follow the right steps every time, maybe that's also an option for automation. Then I personally really like, which I probably is also in your toolbox, but I really like optimization, which is where you have to make very complex scheduling decisions. So it's actually a problem where, I could make several solutions, but I have so many options, I don't know which one to choose. I have a lot of data. Yeah. Then I think that's also interesting, but I don't know if that's agentic AI, maybe that's slightly different. But I think that's also promising.
So one use case that we also always like to propose is highly complex but manual processes that take a lot of time that are mainly required, that require information. So in SAP context, imagine you have you get an invoice from a supplier and the invoice doesn't match the purchase order. So it does take someone some time to find the correct purchase order, see where the mismatch comes in, see if the goods receipt has been booked correctly, and then do like a three-way matching, maybe even talk to the supplier. And this is a highly complex workflow that is still structured, so the people know what is needed to be done, but it needs a lot of information. And that's really where AI can help to get this information centralized, show it to the user, so the user doesn't lose time with these tasks that probably not many people enjoy. Like, they are not nice to do. It's just searching for information, which is, I think, kind of to what Nora said, that you kind of need to access the information, whether it's an expert or what is relevant in your business context in that sense. So that is, for us, usually a good starting point.
And maybe to add to that is to, in a certain process, try to identify a long tail of activities that is currently like in the blind spot. Nobody is executing it. Maybe like you're focusing on top 20% customers, and then your rest of 80% customers is completely unattended, right? So this is a great opportunity to maybe add and expand it to 30%, and then later on to 40%. And across different processes, there is always this long tail of tasks that is like basically not covered. This is like on the company level. On a personal level, for me, I find enjoyment when there are, probably for everybody, there are certain tasks at the job that truly hate, right? Like it's a great job, but 10% every now and then, I have to convert a spreadsheet into a spreadsheet so that I can send it to another spreadsheet, right? So the moment I have an app that will do this conversion for me, I am a happier person, and it's actually much easier to get there than expected, especially these days.
Okay, so we have another question over there.
So it's a follow-up question of yours, Theo. When talking about success metrics, I haven't heard too many discussions about costs. And I'm just thinking not about the demos or the things people are trying, but actually productive deployments, business AI used in productive cases. Do you have any kind of statistics? Is it worth it? Is it still too expensive? Because businesses are watching this as well. Maybe it's still cheaper to do it with humans than to do it with AI at this moment.
Any examples from your side? Business metrics. Well, in Google presentation, you would.
Yeah, so there were a lot of like examples like this in Google, and they were all about the tasks that nobody is doing, right? But also like in the productivity, I think there are a lot of KPIs, especially nowadays in software development, where the pace of delivery is much faster. So there are like metrics in the software development, like how many releases do you deliver, or how many feature requests do you deliver, and this metric is scarce. Yeah.
Okay, we have this all other KPI. All these other KPIs are already visible, but I don't hear, I mean, the cost of deploying an AI solution in production and of consuming those tokens all the time, is it being followed? Does someone have an eye on that so that it doesn't get too much expenses created at the end of the month, so the company receives a too big invoice for their possibilities and so on? So this is a topic I haven't heard yet.
In general, yes, but I think this is where maybe this experimentation and fail fast comes in. If you spend a lot of money and it actually uncovered, like you spent $2 million on tokens, and actually you saved 1 million. Probably this is not the use case, but like this is part of the governance tools and tool set, right? That are available to monitor, like the execution. How, for example, like one metric could be how many users are actually using this tool, right? Or another metric could be like how many documents were processed. What is the total value and so on, but this is all like can be and should be monitored, of course.
Okay. I really like this setup. And I have that many questions, but yeah, we are almost out of time. And yeah. I really have a lot of questions, and I see that Theo has one, but unfortunately I saw another finger, which was first.
Yeah, my question was actually already answered by Nora, more or less. However, I do have another question, because I hear lots of top-down approaches to AI. So someone overseeing and... let me rephrase. What about, and this is just a food for thought, but in my experience, the junior staff who comes in a company, they have, well, not that much knowledge about the domain or the company, but they probably see from their lack of experience some pain points already where senior staff might not see it. How would you enable the senior staff, the managers, to govern those ideas, those thoughts they might have, those solutions they might bring, but they're too junior to actually bring any value. But how would you enable the senior staff, the management, to foster that, those possible solutions? To anyone? Would that be an idea actually, or is this just stupid brain fart?
Just because no one else wants to say something right now.
Thank you.
I know that how we currently, I mean, obviously do a lot with AI as everyone else as well. And the way that it works for us right now is that when a team has an idea, especially like LOBs or something, and no matter if it was a junior or senior developer, but if there's an AI idea for a use case, we have like a project team basically where you can kind of like submit your idea and then you develop on it and then you get support from other teams, especially the AI teams, to support you there. And then it basically, what we tell development managers is just to like foster everything AI related and then to try it out. So if you have any good idea, you just submit it to this project team, I just call it now. And then they kind of elaborate together if that's a good idea or not. And then those use cases are implemented. I think every company right now has the problem of use cases, right? Like everyone wants to do Gen AI, but a lot of people struggle where to start, which use cases to start with. So what we try to do right now, at least, is if anyone has a good idea, we try it out. And then we see how we go from there.
Yeah, we have one person with a last question, and that was Theo. Because
yeah, I just wanted to have the last question, and then we will move over to Jan Penninghoff. But for all of you, I want to have a prediction. And the prediction is the following. Yes, well, maybe it's difficult, maybe not. Everybody tells me there will be a time in the future, and I ask you, give me a number of a year, when all the company only works with Copilot or Teams or Jules or anything like that. So we only have to ask our questions. We don't have Fiori anymore. We don't have transactions anymore. We don't have anything, but we only work with a prompting engine where we can talk to. Which year you are going to mention?
So you want to, you mentioned that it will generate the UI, it will connect to the systems automatically, and I only have to talk to my device. Okay, which year have we have the next?
But we're still working, right?
Well,
I heard that
2150 is also a year.
Well, actually, I think AI will not replace everything. An app sometimes is much faster than even talking to an AI and explaining what I want to do. If I have 3 clicks that I can click, if I have a good app, that's much more efficient than talking and explaining. Here's a sales order, and I would like to update this 3rd line item. Please increase the number to 2 and make sure that whatever. If I have the app, and maybe the app can be improved, don't get me wrong, but that's where I think it's much faster. So again, I'm fully blown away by the capabilities that we have with AI right now and the way we are going, but I don't think that it will be completely replaced.
I agree. To add to that, I still miss the trip transaction in SAP GUI. It was 10 times faster for me to enter a business trip compared to Concur or any other tool, because it's like with hotkeys. No AI would ever replace it, right? Like the speed that you can do work sometimes, especially in deterministic scenarios, right?
So obviously none of us is going to give you the number that you want.
There's no guts on the floor, but okay,
No.
okay.
But I think for that to actually happen or to be a realistic scenario, we need to also go away from the prompting that we're doing right now, and it needs to be more intent-based. So it can't be that I still talk to the AI to do something. The AI has to anticipate what I need to do. And then already kind of replacing me completely. Because if I don't even need to say it, then why am I needed? So I think that is like the transition to intent-based AI that anticipates exactly what needs to be done without me even being involved.
Thank you for the answers. I really have a lot of them, but Nora, you want to have the last answer.
I was kind of hoping that it's just over now. Well, I do think we will, I see it like on multiple levels again, right? Like I do think we will move to something of an Gen UI, like we already presented something like that last year at TechEd, that you don't need an app like that for everything anymore. I agree there are a lot of apps that make sense that we shouldn't replace. There are also a lot of, especially SAP systems with like not only 3 clicks, so that might be useful to change. So I do think we will have some sort of a Gen UI going forward. I don't know when that will be, probably in 1 year, I don't know. And I do think the way we will work will change. I kind of hope we will not be useless very soon. Yeah, but obviously, well, that is a deeper question that we should probably take offline. I don't think I'm allowed to say anything like that here.
Okay, give them a big applause. Because the problem with this kind of setup is that you have more questions after you get the answers. So I have a lot of questions for tonight for you all on the boat trip. And yeah, what Theo was mentioned, Alex Boulet is unfortunately not here. He is saying very sorry for that. But we have a great guy sitting in the back, and I hope he will come to the podium now. Ah, we are happy. Okay, we will have a 5 minutes break to make the podium set up, and then we will go with Twan. No, Jan.
The other twin. The other evil twin. By the way, the answer to the question of years and stuff that Theo just mentioned is obviously the same as the answer to the universe, life, and everything. 2042. That's when AI is completely taking over, and we have this neuro link and everything, and we don't even have to ask questions anymore. We just do, and it's done. Yeah.
So if everybody will take his or her seat, then we can proceed with the last session of the day, just before we are heading for boat and dinner. Well, we were proud to find Jan Pennikhoff present here and willing to present for us. Jan, the floor is yours.
Yes, this was improvising. Literally, it was half an hour ago since Robert asked me, like, oh, someone's missing. So I'm going to tell a story that has a little bit to do with what we run in the Experience Center. Experience Center is something that we have in the SAP building. Maybe some of you have seen it before. You've been there? Yeah, yeah. The founder of the Experience Center is there, by the way. So then one of the things that if you go into the Experience Center, you find a wall, and this wall, a glass wall. And one of the things that struck me was that all of the numbers that you see there, 90% of the manufacturers of beer, by the way, I think 98% of the manufacturers of beer, actually, they are running SAP. And I saw also 82% of the world's motorcycles are manufactured by SAP customers. And that's interesting, because I'm a motorcyclist. And what you need to know about the Experience Center is that we nowadays have a storyline in which we are telling about AI and about ERP, and these two worlds are growing together. So someone of SAP crafted a story about having two castles, the AI castle and the SAP castle. And under the soil, you have these roots, and these roots are intertwining and coming together, and then you have SAP. Now, the thing is, I like motorcycles, and I'm a motorcyclist. And routes and stuff, I need roads, right? So I don't have anything to do with routes. I like roads, and I'd like to have a road between those two castles, right? So my name is Jan Pennikhoff. I'm a motorcyclist, and I'm impromptu presenter here today at this stage. Cool. I'm not the only one, by the way. This is my girlfriend. She's riding a nice motorcycle as well. It's a Yamaha Dragstar, and she's really proud of it. Unfortunately, it broke, so let's see how it works this season. Talking about broken motorcycles, she's not the only one. She took the right decision of having a reliable Japanese brand. I didn't. I have a custom-built motorcycle, and you can see on the back fender over here that actually a piece chipped off, and that was because the engine was trembling so much. It's supposed to, but not as much as mine did, right? So there was a defect in the engine that caused this. And what I noticed after taking the entire engine apart is that something was, well, bent and caused the engine to tremble a lot. And that's an understatement. It should actually, I should actually say shake. So the engine was shaking like crazy, and the motorcycle was shaking like crazy as well. Well, good news, it was fixed. So this season I'm fine, I'm going to ride nicely, and this is when you start enjoying rides as well. This is my daughter, by the way, so she's on the back of the cycle and she likes it a lot. But this is when I've started realizing how important it is that if you work with components, that these components work nicely together. And then if you take these components in a very nice fashion, you can build great innovations with it. I'm not saying that every innovation is great, but you can use your imagination to build basically anything. And this is why we have the SAP Business Technology Platform, a set of products and services that work nicely together to build your apps, do AI, do integration. One of the things that a lot of people don't know is that the Business Technology Platform actually powers Joule. So you've been hearing a lot of people talking about Joule. The Business Technology Platform, my little baby, is powering Joule. So if you look at the, by the way, it looks very looks very familiar. So you're saying that we stole it from you? Okay. So the business technology is basically the platform where things like custom development, where innovation and that sort of things happen. And talking about the story of these castles, just now, what we also saying in this story is that we have 2 knights in shiny armor. These 2. And this is where the story of Joule for consultants and Joule for developers come together. So we're talking about Joule all the time, right? Joule is very pervasive, it's everywhere, it's in the line of business applications, it's in ERP, it's in SuccessFactors, it's in Ariba, and all of those applications. But we also have Joule for developers and Joule for consultants, so everyone in this room can use it as well. What's interesting is that Joule for consultants is basically trained on all the data that we as SAP have available. So it's 18 million SAP documents, 9+ terabyte of expert curated SAP knowledge content. This, by the way, the community site. All the certifications, all the training material for those certifications is all in there. SAP notes are in there. Eventually, we're going to connect it to the landscape, so SAP for me. We're going to connect it to things like a grounding possibility, so that you can put your own documents in there and have specific questions on how does my process relate to SAP software. And the cool thing is that it's basically showing itself like an LLM, like you see on the right side of the screen. So you can ask it questions and it will come up with answers. I think one of the value adds, or one of the unique selling points of Joule for Consultants is the fact that it is connected to SAP, right? So if you use generic LLMs, like Claude, like ChatGPT, eventually the data in there gets old. And this is something that doesn't happen in Joule for Consultants. In Joule for Consultants, as soon as we make a change, for instance, in the help files, we press a button. Well, we don't literally press a button, but some button is pressed probably by an AI, that eventually updates Joule for Consultants as well. So that if you're asking questions to Joule for Consultants, you will always find the latest and greatest there. Also, when it comes down to the answers, we would like the answers to be right, correct? So that's why Joule for Consultants is continuously monitored by SAP to make sure that the answers are correct. And if it isn't, we fine-tune them and make sure that it is. Obviously, we've wanted to benchmark it as well. And eventually we found out that about 14% of the implementation time can be removed by using Joule for Consultants. And if you ask me in which phase of the project it is, it could be discover, all the way to run. And in all of those phases you will see some improvement in terms of the delivery of the project. So what does it mean for consultants? Probably your question, right? Are we out of a job in a few years? In 2042? No, just kidding. I think not. I think with the backlog and everything that is happening at our customers and the change they want, it's going so fast that the backlog is filling up so quickly as well, that you will have lots of work and that you need these AI tools in order to get your job done for your customers. That's how it's going to work. We've been talking about Moore's law, right? In terms of processors and CPUs and stuff, and that it is doubling every so many years. This is happening in AI as well, and in AI it's going multiple times faster than Moore's law. So I expect a lot of effort to be put into the work that our customers need to be done from SAP consultants in order to be competitive. So a little bit about the product roadmap, and this is very interesting. The fact that we are connecting it to SAP for me, so to connect it to the SAP landscape of our customers as well, so that if someone is asking about HR questions and someone doesn't have SuccessFactors, then we also don't tell about functionality that's in SuccessFactors because it doesn't make sense, right? And that you can ground Joule for Consultants based in your own processes, that we connect it to the tool chain, to Signavio, to LeanIX, and even to your own documents on how you've built your processes, right? So that you can ask questions related to SAP in your context. You'll get the slides. Then the other knight in shiny armor, SAP Build. Who knows SAP Build? That's good. So we don't need to explain it too much. SAP builds basically our development environment, right? Entire development ecosystem, whether it's ADT for ABAP, whether it's Visual Studio Code, whether it's the Business Application Studio, whether it's for building workflows, whether it's for building Joule skills and Joule agents, doesn't matter. Everything that we have that has to do with building stuff is basically branded as SAP built in the SAP ecosystem. And I think also if you look at how SAP built is basically a unique thing that only SAP can provide, is the fact that these two layers are there. The AI Copilot that builds applications, that understands ABAP, that can explain to you what a certain piece of ABAP is for. Although it's probably not the best I learned just now in generating ABAP code, but it does generate ABAP code as well. It generates unit tests for you, all that kind of things. That's what Joule for Developers actually does, the AI Copilot for developers. Apart from the fact that if you look at what we have on the Business Accelerator Hub, we have all kinds of templates, all kinds of ready-made solutions that you can just implement, right? So if you look, for instance, for a workflow on, let's say, capital expenditure, you'll probably find a workflow for capital expenditure in the Business Accelerator Hub. You can import it from there, and once you have it, you can see if it meets your requirements, and if it doesn't, you just change it accordingly until it is what you need it to do. That's basically the power of what the Business Accelerator Hub delivers. And then, of course, the two arrows down, meaning the integration with SAP, with the line of business applications. So this is basically the selling points of the unique selling points of what SAP Build gives you. Now this is Joule for Developers, so it's pervasive. It's in all of these applications, right? It's all in build code. It's in build apps, so that you can build low code with it. You can build processes, workflows with it, in process automation. It's also available in the ABAP environment, in the ADT. And you can generate artifacts with it. You can generate unit tests with it. So this is basically what it does. This is what SAP, the Joule for Developers is doing. Now we've brought it to GigaOM. GigaOM is one of those analysts that are looking into developer efficiency. And they've seen that if you look at build and all the visualization tools, like if you look at an application, for instance, that you have in your CAP, in your Business Application Studio, it doesn't show only as a file structure and code. It shows how your project actually works. If you have a Fiori screen, for instance, it shows you how the elements of the Fiori screen work together. So these visualization tools, together with the AI tools, GigaOM benchmarked them, and they said if you look at the overall developer productivity, it can increase the productivity by threefold. And this is why I love this love story between Joule for consultants and Joule for developers, right? At one side, you're saving implementation cost. At the other side, you're saving development cost. So this is basically how that works. And usually what I do is then I show a little demo on how this love baby actually comes together. You take Joule for developers, take Joule for consultants, you write your use case, you write your application, and that's basically the love baby, right? Do you want me to show you, by the way? Should I give it a try? Remember, this was impromptu, right? Let's see how this. So this is the lobby, right? So this is where you find all your artifacts. Whether that's apparently one of my colleagues has been working on a lot of Joule skills and an agent, it seems. Good. So I'm going to create a new application. I'm going to create it. It's going to be an application. Next. Let's pick one. I'm going to pick full stack, because full stack looks really cool on your resume. So full stack it is. Next. I'm going to pick Node.js, right? This new style. Sorry? ABAP is dead. Obviously my session timed out. Obviously this is all the same. Okay, let's do it again. Create. Application. Next. Full stack. Next. No, not ABAP. Next. So I was talking about this castles, right, coming together. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build a little application to doing project management for building the road that I want as a motorcyclist, right? And I'm going to call it Road Works with one hand review. Okay, like a wizard, right? It's supposed to review and then supposed to press the button create, and then it's going to create the application. At least it's going to create the scaffold. It's not going to have anything in there yet, except for you know, some files and directory structures and stuff. So while this is running, I was wondering also. Last time we were talking about, I think about a year ago, before AI and vibe coding and stuff, we were talking so much about low code, right? And about very simple drag and drop stuff into canvases and stuff. Where did that go? I think what I've seen, and that's quite an interesting thing, you know that SAP has been, you know, having talking about love stories, having a little love story with Mendix as well, right? Low code, right? Okay. So, but what I noticed is that Johan de Haan, not sure if you know him, but if you are in the Mendix ecosystem, he used to jump on the stage, explaining about the new features and stuff in Mendix. And don't want to gossip. By the way, the stream is switched off, right? Okay, so good. Let's do it. Oh no. Well, let's do a little bit gossiping anyway. Johan de Haan, he was the CTO of Mendix, and he jumped ship. He quit Mendix, and he moved to, according to his LinkedIn bio, and he moved to a company that's completely focused on AI-driven development. And I think this is a signal to the market also, that the era of low-code is kind of like slowing down, and that we're now doing things like vibe coding and building applications using AI much more. Why would you drag and drop a screen together if you can have it done by AI, right? Good. So, meanwhile, I hope my project is there for a while already. There, so I'm going to build, run, this by the way, this is Business Application Studio, right? You know it probably. It looks like VS Code. It's our web version of VS Code. It doesn't really matter. You have most of the tools that I'm going to show you are available in both the web version as well as in VS Code. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a little application using Joule for developers from scratch, right? In 5 minutes, hopefully. Because it is impromptu, so forgive me if it doesn't work in 5 minutes. All right, so Joule, right? The diamond? There's a diamond. Do you see it? Okay, diamond. So I can pick what I want now. I can pick to build a UI, and I can generate an SAP Viewer Elements application. Let's do that. Okay, and I've in my clipboard I've prepared something. It says, I'm a contractor in road construction and my company is using SAP S/4HANA for project management, right? A full stack Node.js, blah, 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 blah. Build me an application that is doing project management, right? I don't need AI, I don't need dashboards, no analytics and that sort of things. Run. Okay, and then it says, you hit the wrong page. Press this button. I'm good at pressing buttons. So I press this button. I can do it with one hand, by the way. Kind of difficult to do a demo with a microphone in my hand. Anyway, press the button, launch a Fiori, and the good thing is I don't have to copy and paste it anymore because it knows already the context that it's in, right? So it comes up with the business requirements and everything is good and generate, good. Now it's starting to generate. So it's basically going through what I've written down, and I've said something about projects, and I said something about the project members and subtasks, resources, attributes like start, end date, budget. Right? Good. So now it's going through the process of trying to find out what the data model should be like if I would need to build such an application, right? If I would need to build a CAP application that is basically doing all that. Doesn't stop there. Mock data. Nothing is as annoying as for the first time starting up your application. And what you see? Blank screen, right? Because there's no data in there. So I'd like to have some mock data. It's going to generate services. It's going to generate applications. It's going to have 8 steps. So probably the last part is that it generates a UI as well. And then I should have a working application. Node modules dependencies. Oh, whatever. Hopefully the UI is there. Good. Now, what I mentioned just now about the visualization tools in SAP Build, right? And that it is so, that it's showing that, for instance, this Fiori screen. I'm gonna have a Fiori screen. Apparently it's been generated already. And let's see if I can zoom in a little. So my application is going to have a list report of projects. And then if I click on it, I'm gonna get an object page of these projects. And then there's, in that page, there's subtasks, there's resources, and project members. And if I look at my storyboard, let's remove this for a sec. I can see that I have a data model. In the data model are projects. The services that have projects, and they're connected to UI. Well, beautiful. That's a nice start. Let's give it a try. Yeah? Okay, I'm starting to perspire a little bit. You understand why, right? Okay, let's give it a try. Start. So what it does now, it's starting to run, and over here I have a link. So this is basically my developer screen of this application. From here I can start, right? I can go to the index, and the index should be showing the application itself. So click on that, I can see my application. All right, that's nice. I can see my application. It actually comes up with this list that we just saw, right? It shows mock data. It shows the river bridge expansion and the city library upgrade. I can click on those, and if I click on those, I can see the subtask, I see the resources, I can see the project members. That's good. So, all right. Now, city library upgrade doesn't have anything to do with my castles, right? So that's fine, but not exactly what I wanted to. So I have my projects here, and if I go to the mock data, I can see the mock data, Castle Road, exactly. So I'm going to enhance this. I want the projects have to do something with building a road. I should have put it in my clipboard. Castles. Good. Click. See if it's smart enough, right? Good. It comes up with a, this, by the way, if you look at human in the loop and responsible AI and stuff, this is where the responsible AI kicks in, right? So we have a human in the loop that is supposed to accept or reject it. So I can look into the file and then eventually decide whether I accept it or reject it. Well, I'm not going to look into the file, but I'm just going to accept it. And then I can see that my project names contain different things, right? And if I go to the application itself, let's restart it for a sec. Then I have my project names according to what I wanted. Good, so this is vibe coding, right? This is basically you start off with something and then eventually you get to a minimal viable product. However, if I look at the project, it says a start date. Okay, you see the issue, right? If I enter a new project, I don't want the start date to be in the past. That's wrong. So, business rules, right? Let's close this. Go to the storyboard. There's a project and there's a service. Okay, so I shouldn't have done this in real life. What you usually what you usually get is a little button that allows you to build a business logic. And from there, I wanted to build the business logic, vibe code the business logic of if the project has a start date of in the past, then give me an error message and that sort of thing. But this is basically how vibe coding in SAP works. It doesn't limit you to vibe coding only in Joule for developers. So I've showed you a couple of things in Joule for developers, right? But Business Application Studio also allows you to use Klein, to use ChatGPT, to use Claude. So I can do the same thing here. So I can do a /init so that it knows what project I work with, and eventually ask it to build out the application until it's what it is. What I did notice is the Joule for developers is very convenient, very efficient in building a scaffold. This is something that ChatGPT and Claude don't do so well. If you ask them to build an application, the first time, I've had a discussion with you, Robin. The first time when I do that, and I wanted to build an Elements application, the first couple of times I see empty screen, because it doesn't know how to render it properly. It just doesn't know how Fiori Elements well enough to turn it into a working application. And this is, I think, what Joule for developers does well, basically better than all the other LLMs that you have in there for vibe coding. Although, once you have it there, you could also expand it with Cloud Code, for instance. Good. So, yeah, we had this is for free, by the way. So if you're using Cloud Code and if you're starting to burn through your tokens every day and eventually have this annoying message like you burn through your tokens, you have to upgrade and everything, this is for free, at least until July. Probably in July we'll start charging for Joule for developers as well. Not so sure about it. Or maybe we have a new version of Joule for developers coming up. Stream is off, right? So maybe a new version of Joule for developers coming up, but it's for free. So you can start trying it out, start experimenting with it if you like, and see if it's something that appeals to you. During TechEd, who's seen the Keynote TechEd? Good. So during TechEd, you've seen probably the first installment of the first videos of what Joule for developers is going to look like in the future, where you have Joule for developers not in the capabilities, not for instance in SAP build code, but where you have Joule for developers in the lobby. And that means that if you can start with Joule for developers there, you can build code, you can build agents, you can build low code, so you can specify what your project looks like, and eventually Joule for developers figures out whether you need low code, whether you need code, whether you need a workflow, all that, and create the necessary artifacts for that as well. So that's what's going to come in the future. Joule for developers is not new. It has been a few years ago that I saw these guys. We don't have audio. I need to have audio. Wait. Hopefully, this one. These guys, they have been doing some vibe coding already. It's a few years ago. I think it was in the 2019, where they have made a video about vibe coding and stuff already. And I hope the audio is working.
You gave your AI permission to overwrite code in the internal file system? Were you going to tell me about this?
No. I thought that was the company policy these days.
Okay, well, your AI just failed epically.
That's unclear. It's possible that Son of Anton decided that the most efficient way to get rid of all the bugs was to get rid of all the software, which is technically and statistically correct. But artificial neural nets are sort of a black box, so we'll never know for sure.
Hey, Richard, did you order meat? Like a bunch of meat? Like 4,000 pounds of meat?
Interesting. I put Son of Anton on finding us cheap hamburgers for lunch. It looks like the reward function was a little underspecified.
Okay, from now on, Son of Anton is banned. Just write code like a normal human fucking being, please.
Joule for developers is not Son of Anton. So, Whether you ride an MT-09, a Dragster like my girlfriend does, or a big and American, in the end you want the same things. Reliability, flexibility and riding pleasure. And that's exactly what the SAP BTP is designed to deliver. Thank you.
Well, Jan, thank you very much for presenting and showing us that, well, when you give a demo, you can do it on the fly. Just ask Jan and you have a demo. That's what we learned from this last session as well. Thank you very much for showing us all the things around Joule, around the BTP, and making us aware of that we have a lot of toolings already in our hands when we have the BTP platform. The tooling is there and we can make use of it. And as we saw in the discussion before, sometimes it's hard to find where to start. There are too much possibilities, and I know one thing for sure, a human can't choose. So give them 2 opportunities, they will pick one. Give them 1,000 opportunities and they don't pick anything. Jan, also for you, the last another one, the Oh La La Chocolat. Yeah, that's the one for you. Thank you for It's not from Son of Anton, by the way, but that's another thing. Okay, thank you very much. Another round of applause for Jan Pennikhoff. So with this presentation, we come at the end of the day. We have a joyful evening together for everyone who is joining us at a boat with a dinner. And we will collect at the boat at 7:15. Robert already saw that we don't have the slide now. No, I don't think so. So Robert already told you that it was outside, going down the water where the Chinese restaurant is, and behind the Chinese restaurant we will join together on a marvelous ride on the water with dinner. I hopefully see you over there. Have a nice evening, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.